Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live off the bat here with a tornado warning near Washington, D.C. This is a very populated area where we could see a tornado here in the next couple of minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is located on the north side of Washington, D.C., heading towards the Tacoma Park and Chillum areas, and then eventually, if this is able to drop and be on the ground, it will be tracking towards Langley Park, College Park, and then eventually going towards Adelphi, and then eventually Greenbelt and Beltsville. So again, very populated area that is included in this tornado warning. If you are in this warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, again, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The current population density inside of this tornado warning is upwards of 199,000 people. So nearly 200,000 people are currently in this tornado warning. And again, there's tons of people here. We need to make sure if you have any friends or family in this area that they are seeking shelter and getting away from windows right now, as we could see a tornado drop at legitimately any time. We have a line of storms right now that is bowing out, that is moving through Maryland right now, and this could be capable of producing a threat of a tornado or maybe even a few tornadoes as this continues to push to the east. You might remember in our video today, we actually talked about this, where we may see a localized tornado threat over in Maryland and Delaware, and it appears as if that is happening right now out of this line of thunderstorms. If we go over to the terminal radar site velocities, you'll be able to see that little couplet here over the last few minutes, which has been located near Columbia Heights, that is now tracking up towards Chillum and then eventually going towards College Park. It looks like that has occluded for the time being. They have actually gone ahead and just said that the warning will be allowed to expire at 6 p.m. But I will want to point out here, further off to the east of Washington, D.C., we have a few other areas of rotation that have begun to develop. Back over near Lake Arbor in Mitchellville, there is a little area of rotation that is currently developing there. That is on I-95. We may see an additional tornado warning here in a moment, going further off to the east, eventually going towards Annapolis, Cervena Park, and eventually going towards Pasadena. So there's a lot of different areas of rotation that are developing embedded in this little segment of storms that is now bowing out. So there is going to be a potential, I think, for potentially even a few tornadoes here over the next hour as this line of thunderstorms continues to track to the east. And you'll notice again that this is starting to bow out quite a bit, and the damaging wind threat is currently increasing, and then the tornado threat may be on the rise here as well as this continues to push off to the east and northeast. I also want to point out further down to the south, we have significant damaging winds that are extending literally from Washington, D.C. all the way back into North Carolina. We could be talking about pretty much numerous to widespread damaging winds for the next 2 to 3 hours as this line of thunderstorms continues to push towards the east coast. So be ready if you're over in Cary, Durham, Richmond, also back over near Virginia Beach for a threat of damaging winds as this line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east. We are also receiving a ton of damage reports right now from central Virginia all the way back towards Greensboro, of trees down, power lines down, and also a tree actually fell into a home back over here near the Martinsville area. We had a report of that. So again, if you're in any severe warning this afternoon or evening, you want to make sure that you are staying away from windows and being on the lowest floor possible. This is what it currently looks like near our tornado warning right now back over in Washington, D.C. And you can see how dark the skies are right now back over on the east side of Washington, D.C. The storm is also producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's also right around rush hour, so obviously problems are growing here, that there's a lot of people out there on the roadways, and on top of that, we have the potential here for an isolated tornado or two as this area of storms continues to track in the direction of eastern Maryland and then eventually going into Delaware. This on I-495 at US 29. This is also a live shot on the north side of our tornado warning, back up near Chillum. And you can also see, again, just ominous skies. There's a lot of water already on the roadways. One of the concerns that we have with today's event is the flash flooding risk. And I'm going to pull that up here in a second. But flooding is going to be a concern this evening across Maryland and multiple other states as well. Let's go ahead and pull that up on here first. And give me one moment to do hydraulical outlooks. We'll do the day one risk. So this is our flash flood risk for today. This is the Weather Prediction Center's risk, and we've talked a lot about flooding over the last few days in our videos and even outside of our videos on our social media pages, and you'll notice that red area there is a moderate risk for flash flooding. That literally goes from Philadelphia back through Roanoke, Greensboro, and Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, where excessive rainfall is likely today as these storms slowly push off to the east. And I've had some people asking, why are we seeing so much flooding recently? There's been a whole debate online about, is it weather modification modification or whatever. It literally isn't. It's typical for summer to see flash flooding, mainly because of the fact our jet stream is just so far off to the north. There isn't really much steering these storms, and when that happens, storms can tend to be very slow, especially in July and August, which is why we've seen so much rainfall recently, and that is also why we've seen so much flooding across the board. And we had major flash flooding yesterday back over in Ruidoso, New Mexico. I'm going to show you some videos of that here in just a few minutes, but again, overall, we are talking about an excessive rainfall outlook that is definitely pretty significant. We have not had many moderate risks of excessive rainfall recently. This is one of the first ones that we've had over the last 7 days. We had a couple back over in Texas, but generally speaking, the flooding threat is definitely on the higher side of things over the next few hours. And to go with that, they have issued flash flood warnings. They already have one in effect for the Washington, D.C. area. That goes up until at least the next 2 hours or so, so about until 7 o'clock tonight, where excessive rainfall is a possibility across Washington, D.C., Silver Spring, and also just to the east of Centerville. Back up in Pennsylvania, we are also watching a few storms up here near Lancaster that have been broadly rotating. They have a tornado possible label on the storm south of Lancaster right now. If we go back over to live radar here, this is what we're looking at. It's a very weak area of circulation, but they have put a tornado possible label on this storm. So just a little heads up, there is a low chance of a tornado as this goes towards Little Britain and eventually going towards Oxford here in southeastern Pennsylvania. This will be eventually tracking towards Wilmington, which is a more populated area. This is also a live shot back over in Washington, D.C. right now. And once again, just very ominous skies. The tornado warning that is in effect will expire in 4 minutes. It does not sound like they are going to extend it, but there are other areas of rotation that are just east of Washington, D.C. that may produce an isolated tornado threat. Bottom right of your screen are the velocities. Mostly a wind threat right now, but it is bowing out, so we may get a little notch on the north and east side of this line as it continues to push to the east. May end up seeing an isolated tornado threat, but again, very ominous skies out there, very dark as well. Obviously, it's 7 o'clock, sun's gonna be setting here soon, but and on top of that, there's tons of traffic. This is another live shot as well in Maryland. This is looking northwest on I-495 at US 29 right now, and as we've already alluded to, the flooding is definitely a concern. The roadways are already puddling, and I would fully expect that the flooding threat is going to continue here over the next few hours, as long as we have stationary or very slow-moving storms as this area of storms continues to push to the east. By the way, that clock at the top right should change over to... it's going to be over to Eastern time now, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, so it's on Eastern time. We are covering Eastern storms right now. In about an hour or so, we may see a significant threat of severe weather actually ramp up back over in the Great Plains. I'm going to talk more about that here in just a moment. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland. This will be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds for Severna Park, Odenton, Glen Burnie, Bowie, and as well as north of Annapolis. So that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Notice that there is at least some rotation developing on the leading edge of this line here. We actually have a broad area of rotation just north of Mitchellville. They may issue a tornado warning on this here in a few minutes. That is going to be heading up towards Highway 3 in Severna Park. Hey, and if you see any cameras on this, let me know. This is going to be going up towards Severna Park, just west of Annapolis. So there is a chance of a tornado with this storm as it continues to track to the northeast. There will at least be a couple cameras here. There's one on Church Road that I'm going to put up on the bottom left, I think, or bottom, no, we'll do bottom right of your screen. The bottom right of your screen is inside of that area, at least near that area of rotation. But there's a little bit of rotation right now heading up to the northeast. If you look at velocities on the terminal radar site, you can kind of see that little couplet that's trying to come together here. There's a small area of convergence that is attempting to come together right over Fairwood, Maryland. That'll be moving into Pin Oak Village and then tracking up towards Crofton, Stonegate Village, Hallmark Woods, and then Crownsville is in the path of that. Also Herald Harbor and Severna Park. You guys are long-term paths of this, which again, this area of storms is moving northeast at approximately 35 miles per hour, so it should be knocking on your doorstep really in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's really not that far from you guys. Again, gonna be crossing over Highway 3 and 50 within the next minute, that little intersection. Also, you rock for the $5 super chat. Did I miss another shame emergency where people parked over are under overpasses? We haven't seen that yet, actually. I would not be surprised if we see that here soon, but overpass parking is definitely going to probably happen at some point here. Let's go back to live radar. All right, so we have another radar scan coming in approximately a minute, but again, our main area of rotation is over near Highway 50 that is tracking up towards Severna Park and Cape St. Clair, and Pasadena will be in the path of that. I want to go over to the northern plains just for a brief moment, because this is another area that we're going to be talking about here throughout the next few hours. Not really right now, but in about an hour or two, I do think the threat of severe weather is going to ramp up. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, mostly for quarter to half dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Nothing, abnormal here, but I think in about an hour or two, there is a conditional threat for a strong tornado if a storm is able to fire up here near Bismarck, North Dakota. So we are keeping an eye on a potential tornado threat this evening back over in the northern plains. The Storm Prediction Center does not have a 2% tornado risk even in effect for the East Coast, but they do have one in effect for South Dakota, Nebraska, and North Dakota. So we are keeping an eye on this area for an isolated tornado or two. It is conditional, but if we do get a tornado this evening, there is a potential for a strong tornado in that general area, that general environment that we have out there to the east. All right, this is the latest radar scan on our severe thunderstorm warning here east of Washington, D.C. Latest scan still showing some very high winds right now near 50. It's a broad, large area of spin, nothing really too organized right now. This is the area that we're keeping an eye on, though. It's right over Route 50 and Highway 301. That'll be tracking into Crofton here in a moment, and then eventually going towards Harold Harbor, Sherwood Forest, and then eventually going towards Cape St. Clair. So again, get to your safe place if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Trees and power lines are likely going to be falling down as this continues to track to the east. Also on top of that, if you look at the terminal radar site, which is slightly closer to the storm here, you can actually still see that little area of convergence. It's really not that noticeable right now, but there's still a broad area of rotation that is near Pin Oak Village, and that'll be tracking into Crofton in the next 5 minutes. This is a live shot inside of that, near that area of rotation right now. This is back over on US 50 at Church Road. So that's right around where this is. And again, there's a lot of water already on the roadways. We are expecting flooding to increase within the next hour back over here in Maryland. But also on top of that, there is a potential for a tornado here. At the bare minimum, we should see the wind increase. I would expect damaging winds to become more of a concern here over the next few minutes as this line of storms continues to push to the northeast. There is a report coming out of Tennessee, back over in Bristol, Tennessee, of a funnel cloud that has been reported. Let me go over to Bristol, Tennessee. That is back over here. That's north of Johnson City. It's on this storm right here. That might have been a few minutes ago, but you can actually see the rotation on this storm. That is just to the south of Bristol. We actually had a little couplet there for a few minutes. It's got a bit broader since then, but there's actually, there's really not a tornado risk in Tennessee today, but it's definitely not zero. It's just very low. So that is a report that we just had a few minutes ago back over in Bristol, Tennessee. All right, no tornado warning again anymore for the Washington, D.C. area, but we are keeping an eye again on a potential another tornado threat that may develop over the next few minutes as this line of storms continues to push towards eastern Maryland, right now just east of Washington, D.C. Back over in North Carolina, we also have a new large severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be for Greensboro, Burlington, and as well as Durham in North Carolina. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, so stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. This is some of the flooding that we've had over the last 24 hours. Back over in Chicago, Illinois last night, we actually had a 1 in 100 year rain event that occurred last night. Back over in Chicago, we had 7 inches of rain in 3 hours. Literally, that literally happened. 7 inches of rain in 3 hours. The majority of that rain fell within about 30 minutes. So this is what it looked like under the interstate back over in Chicago. We literally had flooded roadways back over there. There were multiple water rescues last night. And then on top of that, this was back over in Ruidoso, New Mexico yesterday. In case you guys did not hear, we had major flooding back over in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Serious flooding. Unfortunately, 3 fatalities from this flooding event, 2 of which were children. It sounded, from the story that I've heard and I've also seen around Facebook, is that there was a family that was swept away by the floodwaters, and there was like a mom and a dad, I think, and maybe a few other people, and then there was 2 kids, and unfortunately, the kids did not make it. Unfortunately, this is the danger of flooding. We had a major flooding event here. The water rose from literally a few feet all the way up to 20 feet in this river in a matter of 30 minutes. And you can just see how fast that water was flowing. There were homes literally flowing down this river at times too. So this is unfortunately a sight that we've seen a lot over the last week, especially back over in Texas. And, it's that time of year. July is one of those times that we usually see more substantial flooding. We see more frequent flooding. And that is something that we are keeping an eye on, obviously, today, even back over here along the East Coast. As we've already talked about, there is a a moderate risk of excessive rainfall that is currently in place. This is the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. That does include the Washington, D.C. area, and it also goes through areas near Raleigh, North Carolina. All told, we've had over 125 fatalities in the last 7 days from flooding. The majority of those were in Texas. So, unfortunately, it's one of those things that has been very frequent recently, and if you live in one of those areas that is prone to flooding, definitely make sure that you have a plan ready to go in case you ever are in a flash flood warning, because it has become obviously very common here over the last week or so, and I would fully expect even over the next couple of weeks we're probably going to continue to see this trend of flooding. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. This one's going to be back over to the southwest of Cary near Linden Oaks and Seven Lakes. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We do have an upgrade as well back over in South Dakota. This is back to the south of Buffalo. I believe it's this storm. There's an upgrade here for ping pong ball sized hail, and then also in Jackson and Bennett counties in South Dakota, this storm has just been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds back over near Martin and north of Merriman. So stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's get back over to Washington, D.C. This is the latest radar scan. Again, we are still watching for a chance of an isolated tornado on radar right now. The main area of rotation is near Highway 50. Bottom right of your screen is one of the cameras that is right along this route. Right now, not seeing anything too crazy yet. The wind has begun to pick up just a little bit. We are still watching mainly for the threat of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour as this line of storms continues to push up towards Severna Park and the Cape St. Clair area. There is still some broad rotation as well. You can see that little area of convergence still. It's not very definitive, but there's still a little area of rotation there that may be capable of producing an isolated tornado threat as that continues to push to the northeast. This is US 50 at Church Road right now. That's back over where this area of rotation is. Again, just a lot of water on the roadways. Winds have been somewhat calm so far. This is also back over near Chillum in the Washington, D.C. area. And the winds have been gusty, but not super windy so far. Visibility is about a mile, mile and a half if you are traveling on I-495 right now. There's also an MD 650. That's the intersection. For those that are in the Washington, D.C. area, did any of you guys hear tornado sirens? Just out of curiosity. If any of you guys are tuning in from Washington, D.C., anybody hear tornado sirens in that tornado warning? It was a very small tornado warning. It is no longer ongoing, but obviously that is something that we are keeping an eye on. Obviously, if you are in one of these areas that ever gets under a severe thunderstorm warning, do not rely on tornado sirens. No, all right, nobody heard tornado sirens, or somebody did in Alexandria, Virginia, which was not under a tornado warning today. We've only had 2 tornado warnings today. Believe it or not, if you did not already see, our only other tornado warning was actually in Michigan, in a no tornado risk area. It was just a marginal threat of severe weather. It was actually back up, I believe it was near Harbor Beach, somewhere up here, but I think it was just south of Harbor Beach. It was like this area. We actually had a tornado warning, earlier in Michigan, which honestly is kind of crazy because there was barely a risk up there. All right, let me pull up a few more cameras here. We're going to change out a couple of the cameras going a little bit further off to the east here. Oh, here we go. Well, we got shame, guys. It was only a matter of time. There are people parked under the overpass there on the right side of your screen. So there is shame. This is back over on US 50, I-95, I-495. I need the shame spam in the chat. This is honestly not surprising. Kind of surprised it didn't actually happen earlier on any of the other cameras. Let's see if we have any other view here on this 30 or 50 stretch. Traffic is also slowing down on US 50, more than likely because of just normal traffic, but there's obviously weather that's going to play a factor. This is another live shot back over here in the same area, US 301 at US 50 in Annapolis, Maryland. And again, you can see the traffic backing up a lot. I can't tell. Is that... I don't know if the traffic is backing up because of a light. Is that a light up there? I think that's just a light. I was about to say, I don't think that's an overpass there. Oh, there's still one car there under the overpass. One of them just moved. Maybe they're watching the stream. Thank you, Clueless, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This one looks like bottom right of your screen. Again, big surge of wind right now in US 50. Obviously, that is that's essentially where this camera is located. The highest winds right now are on US 50. That is going to be tracking up towards Severna Park and Cape St. Clair. And then just to the south of Bowie, again, still a broad area of rotation. There is not a whole lot here at this time. I think it's just mostly a wind threat right now. You can still see there's been an area of convergence at times. It might not look like much, but if we line this up with reflectivity on the terminal radar site, you can actually see a little hook that is tried to develop here just to the south of Stonegate Village and south of Crofton. So there is a little hook there, so there's still a chance of a tornado as this moves to the northeast. I'm definitely not ruling it out. Got a little hook echo right there. Gonna be going over to 424 and then into Crownsville in about 5 minutes. So if you're in Crownsville, I'd be staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case this thing tries to produce. There's at least a little area of rotation there. I think that car is still under the overpass bottom middle of your screen. Wind has been pretty calm on all the other cameras. Let me see. Where is Scholl? This is Ryan Scholl. I'm going to put him bottom right of your screen. Ryan Scholl is coming up on a storm right now. This is back over in, I believe, South Dakota. I think his exact location in a second.
Yeah, you got a special weather statement.
Got a little base forming here. This is a conditional significant severe weather threat in the northern and central plains today.
Man.
This over Dupree, South Dakota. We got a little base forming out there. We're going to keep a close eye on Scholl. Keep him bottom right of your screen. There is a conditional tornado threat again in the northern plains, so we may see something evolve up there here in the next hour or two. Huge shout out to Wild Child with a $50 super chat. Good evening, buddy. Hope you're doing good. I am doing good. Appreciate the super chat. If you guys did not already see, by the way, obviously this is... You might notice we're in a different setup, and for those that are regulars of the channel, we are in a new setup. That is, in fact, where we are. This is our new weather studio. We now have 8 monitors. We have 2 big lights. We got 3 computers. It's a crazy setup now, but we are now in a much bulkier studio, if you will. This is going to be our new studio, at least for the next couple of months. It might move again at some point, but at least for now, this is what it looks like. So that is what I'm looking at. We literally got 8 monitors on right now. Riley is not here right now, but when he's here, the other 4 monitors on the far left and far right are usually what he controls. So, you know, those are usually in use. We have 6 monitors currently in use. It's usually more than that. By the way, this was some of the flooding from the last few days. Many of you probably saw this in the videos, but this was just some of the flooding from Texas back over in Kerr County. Figured I'd show you guys. Also, what is this? This is Scholl.
Guys, are we gonna be able to go through that? That's like...
Got some blowing dust back over in Dupree, South Dakota.
That's like a jet of dust.
We'll go back to the photos here in a second, but this is back over in Dupree, South Dakota. We got a big surge of wind. It's all downburst winds. This is likely...
Gosh, look at that.
Literally, it's likely
dust.
60 to 70 mile per hour winds at the minimum here.
Zoom you guys back out. Yeah, that's something, all right.
That's tough to travel
from a road? I can't freaking see.
Huge shout out to Edward with the $10 PayPal donation. How's the new studio coming?
See.
We are in the new studio, and Scholl's now driving through the dust. So this is what it looks like to drive through.
Slowly crawl my way through this here.
Yeah, he's going pretty slow. You can see the yellow line on the left. Definitely not safe to travel any more than probably like 5 or 10 miles per hour through dust like this. And also, don't have your windows down. That's probably the worst idea, too, for the record. Crawling through this area of dust, probably ripping it about 60 to 70 miles per hour.
I think we're good.
And now he's through it. There you go. That's what it looks like. That's what happens when you're over in the northern or central plains. We are getting a lot of lightning on some of these cameras. I'm going to put bottom left of your screen a different camera. There's a frequent amount of lightning on some of these cameras right now. It actually looks like the Maryland cameras may have just gone down. Yeah, they just all went down. We'll go back to the cameras in a second. I'll put at least Aaron J. Jack bottom middle. All right, back over to Washington, D.C. This is the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on the terminal radar site. We still have a little hook that is developed here near I-97. There's still a low tornado risk on this. You can see a little hook near Hallmark Woods that's going to be tracking over towards I-97 over the next few minutes and then eventually approaching Crownsville. And I think Scholl is he going through it again? Bro is going through the dust again. I don't know if this is the same dust. I don't know if you
This is actually kind of absurd, though. Is it right
ripping.
next to
That's
it?
probably 70 miles per hour here. Maryland is losing power. I think they are losing power. All the cameras literally just went down, so I would believe it.
It's action.
You can see how high the winds are
This
here.
is actually wild.
Pretty sure this is just the same dust. I think you turn around, but you can see the wind
So
whipping.
much dust getting kicked up.
Back over into South Dakota. The winds are likely at least 60 miles per hour, if not higher. With it being so flat out here in the plains, it's much easier for wind to not like weaken over time. It's way easier for it just be strong for, you know, several miles, even after the fact the strongest downburst winds come down. Shout out to Taz with the $10 super chat. Please don't forget about the pets during the storms. 100%. Yeah, if you have a dog, a cat outside, a horse, make sure you're protecting them. Joel has gotten outside. I would not recommend this. If any dust goes into his eyes, they are going to be stinging until he goes to bed. Put them bottom left side of your screen, or bottom right side of your screen. We got 3 chasers up there in the northern and central plains today. Again, that storm near debris, excuse me, South Dakota is the one that is producing that dust and also high area of winds. Also, I wanted to show you guys this. If you guys didn't already see this, this was from a few days ago, but I felt like I should just show you guys. This was from Tropical Storm Chantel, which if it made landfall during the day, we would have probably been live for this. This was some of the flooding that happened over in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. This was taken by Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, who's storm chasing with us today as well, back over North Dakota, where there is a conditional strong tornado potential. This gives you an idea of how substantial our flooding's been. We unfortunately had 3 fatalities back over in North Carolina from the flooding. This is also another view of the flooding. Multiple cars were stranded. Again, this is all from Tropical Storm Chantel, which dropped upwards of 8 to 12 inches of rainfall in about 5-6 hours. It was a very short amount of time. Believe it or not, we never had a tornado emergency with that area of storms, but still. Also, this is the Guapnele River. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. Over in Hunt, Texas. This gives you an idea of how fast the water rose back over in central Texas. Literally went from about 7-8 feet all the way up to 38 feet in the matter of literally like 2 or 3 hours. That's how substantial our flooding was back over in Texas just a few days ago, and unfortunately, at least 119 fatalities have been confirmed from that event. I mean, it's literally, it's crazy to say how many fatalities there were. 119, that's such a big number. But flooding can be literally as dangerous as literally, I mean, it's one of the most dangerous weather events. It's so hard to predict in some cases. It's back over to Ryan Scholl in Dupree, South Dakota, where damaging winds are around 60 miles per hour right now. Got a lot of dust going across the roadway here. There's a conditional tornado threat up here over the next few hours. One of the storms that we are keeping an eye on. I think there's still at least 150 missing, by the way, so on top of there being over 119 fatalities, I'm pretty sure there's over 150 missing still, which is just absurd. But unfortunately, again, as I've already alluded to, flooding is one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous event that could happen with weather. Tornadoes, people always think is the worst, but it most of the time isn't. I mean, flooding can literally happen, and in cases like Texas, there were flood watches in effect, but I don't think anybody expected how much rain we were going to get. Like, I don't think anybody was anticipating 15 to 20 inches of rain in some spots. We were thinking maybe 3 to 6. Like, that would still be flooding, but it's not at least as substantial, and it would have been way less catastrophic. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff, and unfortunately, a lot of lives have been lost because of the flooding over the last week. And obviously, it's been a big headline. Any flooding event that we're going to get is going to be a big headline at this point just because of how frequent it's been. Even today, I mean, we literally have right now 25 flash flood warnings. We literally have 25. This is our warning, ticker here. We literally have 25 flash flood warnings right now and then 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. So there are a ton of warnings right now, even flash flooding wise. And you can see all the green circles on here. Those are all different flash flood reports. So there is a flood report back over in Lancaster County. This is over in South Carolina. So Lancaster County, South Carolina, there is a report of flash flooding at Oak Ridge Road. There is a road there that is completely flooded. So that is an update there. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. This is going to be for Denton and Easton in eastern Maryland. So again, get away from windows if you're in this warning. I would expect that the rotation on this line will increase a little bit as it moves over the bay here and then eventually moves into Easton. So just be ready for a tornado threat as this continues to move to the east. We still have a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this. You can actually see a small little couplet developing over the water now. So this is just to the east of 468. That'll be coming up on Claiborne and then eventually going towards Romancoke and Graysonville. So there's a low chance of a tornado with this. At the minimum, there might be a fishnado or a waterspout that is currently pushing off to the east. Back over in Charlottesville, we have an observed flooding threat currently ongoing. Multiple reports of flooding on Three Notch Highway. That is actually reported on the Waze app. I didn't even know you could do that. Also back over on James Madison Highway, there's reports of standing water. That's as of 4 o'clock. I would still expect that there's flooding ongoing there. Back over in Richmond, Virginia, we also have flooding ongoing there. There is a flash flood warning in effect. Long line of storms also moving across this region. The storms are not moving very fast to the east, so the flooding threat is going to be more elevated out of these storms. There's also numerous reports of flooding in downtown Farmville, Virginia right now. Now, on top of that, there are trees and power lines down in that particular area near Farmville, Virginia. This is the storm total precip, so this kind of gives us an idea of where the heaviest rain has fallen and where the worst of the rain has fallen. And so far, the worst of it has actually been on the south side of Farmville in Virginia. There are a lot of mountains in Virginia, so that is a concern. Topography here in Virginia is very favorable for mudslides and excessive rainfall going down rivers. It could get a lot more dangerous across Virginia and North Carolina, so just something we need to keep an eye on. Multiple flash flood warnings in effect, and we also got a large one just northwest of Durham and Cary. And unfortunately, there's a lot of areas that were just flooded a few days ago from Tropical Storm Chantel back over in central North Carolina that are about to see even more excessive rainfall here over the next 2 to 3 hours. So we have a new report out of Alexandria, Virginia. That is back over. Let me get Alexandria on here. There is a report as of, I think this is recent. This is pretty recent. Yeah, this is right up here near Washington, D.C. This is within the last 30 minutes. There are cars that are stuck in high water on the 100 to 200 block of East Monroe and 3 East Glebe. So that's in Alexandria, just south of Washington, D.C. So there is active flooding happening right now back over here near Washington, D.C. Water is at least 1 to 2 feet deep right now. So that is literally within the last 30 minutes. That is very concerning back over in Alexandria. If we have any cameras, by the way, in that general area, let me know in cams. But yeah, there's active flooding happening right now back over in Alexandria. Also, we have a Supercell that has gone up back over in New York, believe it or not. This is back over to the east of Rochester. Not really a whole lot with this right now. There's broad rotation, but I do want to point out that in this area, we actually had an EF2 tornado just a few days ago. So this is an area that we need to keep an eye on. A little Supercell has just gone up right over there, and that is currently pushing off to the east. Back over in South Dakota and Nebraska, we got multiple storms that have gone up, mainly with a damaging wind threat. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail ongoing with a segment of storms in northern Nebraska and southern South Dakota. Not really much of a tornado risk with this activity. I think our greater tornado risk will be further off to the north, mainly back over near Bismarck and also into far northern South Dakota. There are storms that are beginning to go up, actually, back over to the north of Bismarck, so we need to keep an eye on that. Look at this right here. Got a little storm that has just gone up north of Reagan. That actually might try to do something at some point. You go over to the ZDR here, and yeah, I mean, one thing I want to point out is what we're looking at. I hardly ever use this product on streams, but this is called the ZDR radar product, and basically what we're looking at is if these updrafts are still going up. If we have red and pink, that means these updrafts are actively going up. If it's green and blue, it usually means that the updrafts are shrinking or just not going up, and it's a storm that doesn't have much potential of growing. These storms have a lot of potential of growing right now near Wilton and also near Reagan, so these will have to be watched for. Again, conditional tornado threat in North Dakota. If you're near Bismarck or anywhere really in North Dakota, definitely be staying weather aware. That is an area that we're keeping a very close eye on. New severe thunderstorm warning south of Philadelphia. This is near Vineland and northwest of Millville. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. All right, we have I think we have a camera of flooding. Let me go over to this. Oh yeah, I think this is a view of the flooding. Yeah, you can. I think that's the camera's a little bit. Yeah, I think there's water. maybe on the road there. Yeah, there's some water on the road, so this camera is, for some reason, has low quality, but you can kind of see in the middle of your screen there's at least a little bit of flooding. And also, I don't know what off-ramp this is. This is at US 1 northbound on Fort Hunt Road. It's in Fairfax, Virginia. It looks like there's at least a little bit of flooding there. Doesn't look major, but a lot of people getting off that little off-ramp there. Must just be a busy exit. Keep that bottom left of your screen. Also, this is the storm that just went up back over in North Dakota. You can see the storm right there off to the left side of your screen. Decent little updraft. This Aaron J-Jack, who's also on YouTube, and he's also inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. He is live inside the app today. A little storm going up there. And that one, again, could become tornadic at some point down the road, which is why we are going to be keeping a close eye on it. We have, again, multiple storm chasers up there today, including Tornado Pagey, Ryan Scholl, Aaron J-Jack, and I think Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney might, or they're conditionally, I think, maybe going live. I don't know if they're going to. Better look at that storm right now that's just gone up. Huge shout out to Kathy with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Rhonda, for the becoming a member, and also Jason for the gifted membership. Getting a report in the chat, a big thunder bumper going on in Roanoke, Virginia. I don't know what that means, but thank you. But thunder bumper, I've never heard of that term before. Yeah, a little storm there, again, going up on the left. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Decent little updraft. The one that Ryan Scholl's on the bottom right of your screen is a lot more elevated. Doesn't have much of a chance of producing a tornado. Also, we have a new report back over in Hurricane, West Virginia. That there's a water rescue on Putnam Avenue at the railroad underpass. So that is another, unfortunately, another water rescue. New severe thunderstorm warning near Wilmington, west of Chester, and in Westchester, back over in southeastern Pennsylvania. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. The storm did have a tornado possible label at one point. Rotation's gotten a lot broader here over the last few minutes. Back over to the south of Baltimore, we still have an area of storms that is mainly producing damaging winds. Very low-end chance still of a tornado with this in Maryland. I think if we do get a tornado risk, it'll probably be in eastern Maryland. So that's the area that we're keeping a closer eye on as this line of storms continues to push to the east. Severe thunderstorm warning again in place for Easton and Denton, and that is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on that. Back over near Tappan, Hancock, and also near Richmond, there's also a line of storms also producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Keep in mind that there's a lot of lightning with these storms, and earlier today, this is actually a report that just came out at about 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time in Love Valley, North Carolina. The fire department and rescue reported one child was struck by lightning, so there's at least an injury there in Iredell County, Virginia. This is obviously very concerning. Cannot stress it enough. If thunder roars go indoors, cloud to ground lightning can be deadly, and it is very dangerous. So we have at least one report of an injury today. That is, again, regarding lightning. We've had reports also back over in Martinsville of trees literally falling onto homes. There's actually a report at 4:55 p.m. that a tree fell on top of a house and came through a roof. It was visible on the inside of the house in Martinsville, Virginia. There's also a power pole that broke in half. One wire is laying on top of a vehicle, which is also very dangerous. If you ever see wires down, never get near them and never touch them, because it can be, again, just very dangerous in general to get near them. All right, let's go back over to Annapolis. Annapolis right now, the highest wind should be moving through town right now. We're going to go ahead and find a camera in Annapolis. But if you're in Annapolis, be ready for damaging winds. We're going to put bottom left of your screen a camera in Annapolis. This will be a live shot. So the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. See the tree swaying just a little bit there. The highest wind should be going through the northeast side now of Annapolis, likely around 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, as this line of storms continues to push to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Flash flooding is also a concern. This is also another live shot. This one has a little bit better of a view of the skyline. Looks like a little shelf cloud right there at the very top of your screen. Actually see it better on this camera. This is in Eastern Shore, Maryland. You can kind of see the shelf cloud just a little bit. Look at this, by the way. This camera's starting to shake a little bit. Back over in Annapolis as well. And I could be mistaken, but I think I just saw a power flash on one of the cameras. I'm going to go to that in a second. This is over in Annapolis, Maryland as well. Again, this over the bridge. You can actually see the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen. So this will be the leading edge of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. We literally just had a power flash, I think, on this camera beyond the tree line. So there is likely going to be at least some level of power outages. Annapolis, thank you. Annapolis in Maryland. Yeah, huge shelf cloud at the top of your screen. It's also on the bridge. This is one of the scariest things, I think. Whenever we are looking at a bridge, when there is weather coming, I don't know about you guys, but this is probably one of my biggest fears. Driving over a bridge when we have a severe thunderstorm warning or any storms in general. It's probably my biggest fear. Again, don't know about you guys, but like that is like a no-go for me. I remember traveling over this bridge when I was younger, and this is literally there were high winds that day, and it was probably one of the scariest things going. So the wind's probably gonna pick up here in a second, and it'll probably get, unfortunately, very crazy here in a minute. There is a report back over in Martin, South Dakota of a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust, by the way. So that's back over in, again, Martin, South Dakota, 79-mile-per-hour wind gust. That was about an hour ago, but still somewhat relevant. All right, we're going to get another camera closer to the storm here. It's actually a good view. And this is in Annapolis. Why can't I say this name? Annapolis. In Maryland. See the wind picking up there on the right side of your screen. This camera has a little bit of a weird POV, but like a weird box shape. Let's see if I can get a different camera up here. It's another view as well. This back over in Annapolis. I need like a little, you know, sticky note of some of these towns I can't pronounce, just so it's handy during streams. This would be one of them. Here we go. This is on the bridge. This back over on Gantry South 4, I think. You can see the visibility has dropped to probably about a mile or so. Again, this is on a bridge that is like multiple miles long. Let me get the exact distance here. I think it's about 4 miles long. It's about 4 miles long. It's 50. It's between Stevensville and Cape St. Clair, Maryland. Visibility has dropped down to near zero, so if you have a fear of driving on a bridge during a storm, it is not your time to be driving on a bridge. Also, the wind is starting to pick up. This back over in Annapolis, Maryland. I have to keep looking at chat every time I pronounce Annapolis. They've actually just canceled the severe thunderstorm warning here, at least for Annapolis, but it's still ongoing for the eastern side of Maryland. See the wind picking up a little bit though there on the kind of on the road. Thank you, Richard, for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. Annapolis? Is it Annapolis? We're just kind of going with the flow at this point. This is Aaron J. Jack. He's actually coming up on that storm in North Dakota. Getting a little bit more interesting now. It's near Bismarck. See all the storms that just fired off. That's bottom right of your screen. A bunch of little storms have gone up. Clouds are actually getting a little bit lower to the ground there in the middle of your screen. Shout out to Roger with the Venmo donation. Where's Riley? He is currently gone, but he should be. I think he might be back tonight if we actually have a threat ongoing in the Great Plains. That'd be the one thing like later tonight that actually could transpire as a Northern Plains event. When it comes to significant tornadoes, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cody in Nebraska. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Let's go back over to Maryland. They've actually continued, I think, the severe warning just for Chesapeake Beach. But again, the biggest concern now for Maryland is now moving towards Easton and Denton. We got a line of storms currently pushing to the east. That is with damaging winds as the biggest concern. There's also a chance for an isolated tornado as this line continues to push to the east. Haven't really seen anything too crazy when it comes to rotation. Maybe a little bit of weak rotation near Whitman, but generally speaking, it's been mostly a wind threat so far as this line continues to push to the east. This is the terminal radar site for velocities, and we do have a little area of stronger rotation over Roman Coke, so there's a low chance of a tornado going towards Graysonville. Guys, and as well as Sayers Forest overlooking Queenstown are also in the path of that. That is just east of Annapolis. This is a live shot back on the bridge, and again, I would never drive on a bridge during weather like this, but the visibility has dropped down to near 0 miles in Annapolis, Maryland. Thank you, James, for the $5 super chat. I thought my screen was cracked chasing in North Dakota. It is not your screen that is cracked. Yeah, wind's really picking up here. You can see the wind coming towards the camera. This is looking westbound. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning in Jackson, Bennett, Todd, and Millette County, South Dakota was just upgraded to observed 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Any sign off for the super chat? What state are you talking about for Dundalk? It's also another shot on the bridge. This is on gantry N19. It's also on the same bridge here near Graysonville. Actually see the shelf cloud. Look at this. This is back over on US 50. See the shelf cloud way more definitively now. This is the leading edge where our damaging wind threat is. So this is coming up on Graysonville, Centerville over the next few minutes. This is in Eastern Shore, Maryland. We got a large shelf cloud off to the west here of Eastern Shore. Hey, Patty, for the $10 super chat. We might be able to in the future, Patty. I don't actually have one like on mine that I can just like say, but like we'll probably have one that I can recommend in the future. We're actually going to be, I think, working with a weather station company here very soon that will be something that we'll talk about more when the time comes. The wind is now picking up on the bridge. This on N19. Every car, for the most part, has their hazards on. In Annapolis. On N19. On C511. Wind is picking up here over the last few minutes. As a reminder, if you guys are just tuning in, haven't already heard, we are in a new weather studio. You might notice the new background. This is the new studio, at least temporarily. May have another one in a few months, but at least for now, this is what it's going to look like. It's back over in North Dakota. We got storms going up right now over here in North Dakota. This is Storm Chaser Aaron Jack. I think if you look to the left here, I think he's going to show us in a second, but the updrafts are going up really quickly right now. I'm going to go back to him in a second once he has it on his screen. Going back to the shelf cloud in Eastern Shore, Maryland. High winds right now moving over the bay. Going to be coming up in Graysonville, Queenstown, Centerville, and Easton over the next 5 minutes. Again, stay away from windows. Trees could fall down. And also on top of that, go indoors if you're not already. Lightning can strike you. We literally had, unfortunately, a child back over in, I believe it was North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina that was struck by lightning earlier. And they were injured from lightning. So do not be outside if you are near these storms. We got, at the bare minimum, high winds coming in. It's another live shot in Annapolis, Maryland on US 50. Still gusty for winds, not really damaging, but gusty winds still ongoing here. The shelf cloud is about to fully move off of the camera here, but you can see at the very top of your screen, that's the shelf cloud. Obviously, camera's looking west, can't really see what's above the camera, but we should start to see the winds really pick up here in the next 5 minutes or so as this continues to move over into Eastern Shore, Maryland. Should get a good gauge of how windy it is. And this back on the bridge. You did it, Max? I know. I actually pronounced the town name right. I know it's crazy. Sino with $5 super chat says Dundalk is down beside Baltimore. Just wondering. Yeah, I think you guys will be all right. I think the worst of the weather will be down to your south. Be mindful of flash flooding, but the severe threat is definitely low. Majority of the storms are down to your south right now. Also, put in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. Put your location in the chat. We're gonna do a heat map. We'll get an idea of where everybody's tuning in from on today's stream. Essentially, we have a map that'll plot where the location is that you put in the chat. So if you want, you can put your location in the chat. It helps us be able to basically look at areas that we might not already be looking at that have a lot of people tuning in from for severe weather. Just got a new SPC mesoscale discussion. This is back over in South Dakota, Nebraska, and as well as North Dakota. Risk of large hail and an embedded severe wind gust continues. Eventual upscale growth into one or more clusters is possible. There's also a relatively higher confidence in upscale growth into tonight. That's back over in far southern South Dakota and northern Nebraska. Notice the most probable peak intensity here is damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Also on top of that, hail could be as large as 2.5 inches in diameter. I have no clue what's going on with my pen. And then also potential for an isolated tornado or two in this area. I know they have their peak probability at 95 miles per hour or less for tornadoes, which I agree with for most of this area, but I do think North Dakota, if we get a discrete supercell, we may see a significant tornado. I think it's definitely in play. I wouldn't say I have a high confidence in it, but I think it is possible based on today's setup. We have a very favorable corridor for tornadoes if we get discrete supercells back over in North Dakota. It's a big if, but it is a possibility that we are going to be keeping an eye on. So also, this is back over in Annapolis, Maryland. Still very windy here. This is the westbound camera. The highest winds are going to be moving into far eastern Maryland here in a moment. They are pretty much fully moved over the bay. This is a live shot where the shelf cloud just went over. And the wind has started to pick up here. The camera's shaking just a little bit. This is at Castle, I think Martins Road. It's on Eastern Shore, Maryland. Hey, Casey, for becoming a maximum velocity member and brawler for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. How many screens do you have now? We have 8 right now. I mean, technically we could go up to 12, but we're trying to be like somewhat realistic with lighting and all that. We have 12 monitors. We literally have 3 computers, but I only use 8 of them right now. Thank you, Wayne, for the $10 super chat. Again, wind is starting to pick up a little bit here back over near Graysonville and Centerville. Right on the bay. See if there's another camera coming up here. It's another camera kind of on the bridge. I don't know if this camera is going to look good or not. I think it has weird dimension. Oh, maybe not. I'm going to keep that off for now. Talking to myself. Keep that bottom left of your screen. Hey, wake up for the $5 super chat. Waco, Texas, seeing any more rain anytime soon? It's definitely possible. We're in summer, and we've been getting multiple instances of just random showers and storms. I mean, literally, you can see it right now in Texas. We have more flash flood warnings in areas that have already picked up a lot of rain. And look at this. This is very close to where we had our catastrophic flooding in Texas just a few days ago. We have a considerable flash flood warning in effect right now. Life-threatening flash flooding. 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen here. This is north of Fredericksburg, just west of Austin. It's north of Kerrville. It's not far from where we had the major flooding just a few days ago. Where is Streeter, Texas? Isn't that right here? It's very close. Streeter, Texas had 20 inches of rain. But that's not good. Hopefully the storms move, because they're very stationary right now across the board. It's a live shot back over in Dallas, Fort Worth. This is in Glen Heights. This is one of the Radar Omega Cyclone ports, which again, you can watch these inside of the Radar Omega app if you download it with the top link in the description below. Got a little storm that has just formed off to the right. Rain shaft and everything. Could produce some small hail and gusty winds if you're back over in DFW. We'll be keeping an eye on the little storms that are going up there. Looks like Connor is out there. I'm going to see if we can put up Connor on here. Connor is back in the saddle, so we'll keep an eye on him. He's back over in Nebraska. We'll be up to 4 chasers, I think, in a second. The storms back over in North Dakota have very quickly gone linear. We're still keeping an eye, though, on a potential for a tornado with these storms as they move to the east. That's just north of Bismarck. And then back over near Strasburg and Linton, we are keeping an eye on storms that are going to try to go up over here as well, back over in southern North Dakota. There is, again, a conditional strong tornado threat up there today. Back over near Rosebud in South Dakota, we have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which have been observed. That is moving towards Winter, Burke, and Ideal. It's all tracking to the east right now. Back over near Raleigh, North Carolina, we got a line of storms that'll be coming in here over the next half hour to an hour, damaging winds being the biggest concern. Flooding risk is rapidly increasing right now in North Carolina. We got flood warnings in effect near High Point, just west or just south of Winston-Salem, and we got more storms that are firing up and training behind these storms. The flooding threat could be significant here within the next hour or two, back over near Highs Point and near Durham. So be ready, again, if you're back over in this area, for an increasing flooding risk. Definitely concerning. You know, we've already talked a lot about the flooding over the last few days, and flooding is becoming quickly a concern. Back over near High Point, there's already radar indicated around 3 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen near Thomasville. And I'd fully expect that we're going to see even more rain over the next hour near Statesville and Salisbury as well. We've had some pockets of 3 to 4 inches of rain that have already fallen, and more is to come over the next hour. And probably multiple hours for that matter. Storms heading towards eastern Virginia. They will be heading towards eastern Virginia. They should stay organized through even Virginia Beach, but I think the damaging wind threat will be lower. It should be mostly just a gusty wind threat by that point. It's not a zero severe risk, but it's definitely lower. We go over to the SPC outlook for today. This is what it looks like. A little sliver of North Carolina is actually not in the risk today. This is our risk of severe weather. So again, we got a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk in the northern and central plains. Slight risk including Maryland back into North Carolina and South Carolina. And then slight risk as well for Nebraska, North Dakota, and western Iowa, where there is a potential for severe weather, including damaging winds, hail, and maybe even a couple of tornadoes. The greatest tornado threat again is mainly in North Dakota, or mainly in North and South Dakota and Nebraska. We also have a hatched 30% area for wind back over in South Dakota. What is Connor looking at right now? This is Connor back over
than anticipated, so figured we better get over here and go live just in case something funny happens.
What's up, John? Good to see you, man.
This is Connor back over in South Dakota. He's on the storm that's producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
Committee? Yeah, see,
Let me go to this camera. Should be better. Maybe? Maybe not? Alright. I think.
Hey, Layla, thank you for the
he's back,
continued support.
See the storm here, though. This storm's producing again 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds up here. Is there ever going to be a 5 high risk? There's really, this time of the year, we usually do not see high risks of severe weather. So, very rare.
Everybody, thanks for tuning in, guys.
By the way, if we go into today's outlook, this is our tornado risk. So again, we got a 2% tornado risk in South North Dakota and Nebraska. Tomorrow looks like a stream day. I don't see why we wouldn't be live. I actually have confidence that we will see tornadoes tomorrow in Nebraska and Iowa. We are going to have a mesoscale convective vortex, so that'll elevate the tornado risk a little bit. This is what the risk for tomorrow looks like. We got 2 big areas, one along the East Coast and then one in the central and northern plains. And then Friday is another day to keep an eye on back over in the Midwest and back into the central plains, and again along the East Coast. We got multiple stream days, I think, coming up. I mean, if we're going live today, we're probably gonna be live tomorrow and as well as Friday, so should be pretty active. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is back over in Lexington Park in California in Maryland. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. All right, apparently we have a camera. Let me go over to this. I don't know what that camera is of, Hayden. Or I don't know if you're adding me for the other thing. This is the heat map, by the way. This is where everybody's tuning in from right now. This is our little heat map. So basically, everybody that's tuning in right now is back over in Maryland. Maryland, we got New Jersey. A lot of people tuning in from there. This is the heat map as well, a little bit closer in. A lot of people from Washington, D.C. and Baltimore that are currently tuning in, including Richmond, Virginia as well. Greensboro, Raleigh, North Carolina. And we got a few people in other places like Milwaukee, but yeah, a lot of people right now tuning in from the East Coast. A lot of people tuning in from the East Coast. All right, we got a couple of cameras as well back over in Delaware that are now set up. All right. A United Kingdom heat map? We do not have the United Kingdom on the heat map. Maybe in the future. I don't know if that's even possible, but it might be. Back over in eastern Maryland, again, the biggest concern right now is damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. I am not actively seeing really any areas of rotation. The tornado threat, at least for now, is low. Very broad rotation over Graysonville, but that's really about it. There's not really a whole lot here that I'm seeing that looks imminent for a tornado threat. everything for the most part is just broad rotation. Also, this is Aaron J-Jack. He's back over on the Supercells that went up just north of Bismarck. Got multiple different updrafts that have gone up there, middle and right side of your screen. And an eye on this too. I just ran out of water. This is interesting. This is back over on our this is very interesting. Back over on our outflow boundaries. This is back over in far western South Dakota. The reason why I'm talking about this is because if you look at the boundaries here, there's actually outflow boundaries. We got a collision of different outflow boundaries. And then on top of that, there's actually a little broad area of rotation. We could actually see a land spout south of New Underwood. That is tracking right now towards Scenic and Imlay. So this is interesting. Might actually see a little brief tornado or a brief, not tornado, but a brief land spout come out of that. So just something to keep an eye on. I don't even see a land spout here. We got a little area of rotation just to the south where Aaron J-Jack is. That's near Wing, North Dakota. Might be another boundary there. Buy cameras in Delaware? We do have cameras in Delaware. This is actually a live shot. Let me pull this up. So a live shot back over in Delaware, in Newcastle. This camera's actually, it does move positions. You can see the wind's picking up a little bit. Newcastle County, Delaware. This is near Wilmington, I believe. So flash flood warning in effect here. There's already some puddling on the roadways. So some gusty winds here. There is a severe warning for Wilmington for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's a little bit further off to the north. Shout out to Teed Rimmer with the $15 super chat. Yeah, I literally talked about that like 5 minutes ago. I am keeping an eye on the flooding right now in Texas, which is seemingly becoming significant again. It's unbelievable. I mean, literally, this would be the... this is not like, again, something we've never seen before, but like, you know, it's pretty crazy that we're just having rain on top of rain here the last few days back over in Texas. And also we've had in other areas too. It's not just Texas, North Carolina, but that was from a tropical storm. And then, you know, Ruidoso, New Mexico, which Ruidoso, New Mexico's had so many flooding events recently. It's not just one. We've had a bunch of different flooding events in the last year. I think we've had 19 flash flood emergencies or something like that in the last year. So that's pretty crazy stuff to say the least. And McFlyer for the super chat coming from the middle of North Dakota. Why does it seem tornadoes are moving far out from the alley this year? I mean, it's, in my opinion, I'm not surprised, like, this year in particular, but, like, most of the time, tornadoes are actually more frequent a lot of the time. Around or just east of Tornado Alley, we've seen a lot of tornadoes in the past few years in, like, the Ohio Valley, for example, and also back over near the Mississippi River Valley. In my opinion, it's been something that's happened for, like, literally decades now, but I feel like people have just kind of made this narrative that Tornado Alley needs to shift to the east because of that, but Tornado Alley is just a place. Like, it's not, like, an actual, you know... It's just like a region. Like, we're not gonna like move a region. Like, it's saying let's move the Ohio Valley because we're gonna name Illinois Ohio tomorrow or something like that. Like, that's different, but like, you know what I mean. Like, it's not gonna move. Like, I highly doubt they're ever gonna move Tornado Alley. Thank you, Mary, for the $50 super chat. Highland Lakes at Cape Longhorn. Let me see where Highland Lakes is. Highland Lake? Is it Highland Lake? So I'm guessing you're talking about this place here. If we get flooding over here, there could be some downstream flooding on the river, so that's something to keep an eye on. But yeah, we have a considerable risk right now, flash flooding west of Austin, Texas. Would fully expect that this is going to continue for the next hour or two. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just northwest of Charlotte. That's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There is a couple of cameras, our little, I think it was the WASP camera back over in Charlotte, that we're going to be keeping an eye on in case something happens there. But as of right now, again, training storms are developing in North Carolina. These are going to produce the potential for significant flash flooding over the next hour as they continue to move from southwest to northeast. High Point, Ashboro, right now the crossfire of more significant flooding. There is a considerable flash flood warning in effect near Winston-Salem and High Point, just west of Burlington. And even Burlington, they're in their own flash flood warning, which is right now radar indicated. Line of storms is approaching Durham, Cary, and also Raleigh, North Carolina. Be ready for some damaging winds and isolated hail. Not expecting a tornado risk out of this line, but just stay weather aware. Lightning is also expected to be pretty frequent. And then back over in eastern Maryland, we got a line of storms moving into Centerville, Greensboro, Denton, and Chestertown. That is still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on that line. Very ominous skies on that line of storms. Back over in
education.
Valentine, Nebraska.
Yeah, look at that.
A line of storms producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then this is also Aaron Jack, who's on the little discrete storms that went up back over North Dakota. So again, a conditional threat for tornadoes here. Gonna depend on storm mode, which so far has been mostly linear. Thank you, Haley, for the super chat. Congratulations on the new studio. I appreciate that. It was a big move. It was not easy either. And for those that don't know, again, we are in a new studio. I've said it probably 3 times now, but just figured I'd say it again in case you're just tuning in. Don't notice the background. Also, this light, I think, is way too blue. I'm going to have to fix that, but why is it so... It looks purple. That's purple. A little bit better. I think the light blue is probably better for severe warnings. What do you guys think? Do you think the dark blue or light blue is better for severe warnings? Let me know in the chat. Just say light or dark or something. Make it easier. Make it red? Red's only for tornado warnings. I only do red if we have tornado warnings. Light blue? Alright, I'll have to fix that after the stream. Also, this is, in case you guys haven't already seen, this is what the studio looks like. This is what me and Riley in the shot. Riley was here obviously helping. He's not on our stream at this moment, but he was here helping out with the new studio. This is also another photo of it. This is an actual photo. This was kind of when we were setting it up. The 8 monitors. So this is without any monitors on, just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. It's kind of what it looks like. And then this is now what it actually looks like. So pretty cool stuff. And again, we basically have 3 computers. We have 12 monitors, but 4 of them are not in use right now. 2 big lights. The lighting's a little bit different. My chin and stuff is a little bit darker. It's not very noticeable, but it is a little bit different just because of how many monitors that we have and how tall they are. It did make the lighting a little bit different, but generally speaking, it's basically the same studio. I mean, there's not really anything different aside from having now 8 monitors instead of 4. That is a huge upgrade for the record. It literally makes, I can look at so many different things, like, way easier now, so. Need more monitors? I mean, we have 12, but I don't have the other 4 set up. I didn't really see a reason to have 4 set up, or an extra 4 set up, at least right now. This exact moment, the tornado risk is pretty low with this line of thunderstorms. But we're still watching for damaging winds in Maryland, Dover, Smyrna, and Georgetown. Be ready for damaging winds back over in Delaware. Low tornado risk as well as this continues to move to the east. So a little weird cloud. This is from Tornado Pagey back over in Linton, North Dakota. To be honest, I've seen this cloud before and I don't remember what it's called. I have like a, I don't, you guys can't see it, but I have a thing on the wall. It's a poster that has like all the different types of clouds. If I could read it from here, I would actually probably figure out what cloud it is, but interesting little clouds out here. This back over in Linton, North Dakota. Hey, Paula, for the super chat. Just east of Charlotte, we had very heavy rain the past 2 hours. Unfortunately, flooding is definitely a concern. Wow, this is from Falcon Storm Chasing. See, you can also see him on Twitter. This is some of the mammoths, or modest clouds. I always say that wrong. Modest clouds back over here in Nebraska. This is pretty crazy stuff. Guessing there was some level of exposure on the camera, but nonetheless, I mean, they're pretty cool looking clouds. Also called dipping dot clouds, by the way. Back over here. Why was that so loud? Sorry if anybody's ears just got ripped off because of that. That was really loud. Shame. That was my apologies. I don't know why it was. I don't even know why the audio was on. My ears exploded. Sorry. Feel bad for all the earphone users here. That is really unfortunate. What about Greenville, South Carolina? Greenville's probably just mostly rain at this point. Not expecting a whole lot of severe weather. We got these like little popcorn storms that are popping up. Pretty typical summertime storms. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, back off to the west of Charlotte. That's really our only severe storm outside of our line of thunderstorms, because basically everything else is a line. We have a huge line that literally goes from almost Salisbury and Washington, D.C. all the way back through Fayetteville. So again, the majority of these storms right now are damaging wind producers. There's still a chance of an isolated tornado, but I think the chances of, again, a tornado in this environment are relatively low.
We also had some stuff.
There's also Connor coming up on the storm near Valentine, Nebraska. Also, breaking news, 120 confirmed dead from the flooding in Texas.
Right now,
so the fatality number has now jumped up
really
another
sure,
so we're up to 120.
Just a giant storm hole where the enhanced risk is. I mean, I could have called that, but then again, I did learn not to hate on the SBC at my meeting with them, so still a decent place.
A little storm off here to the right. Again, it's pretty elevated by the looks of it, but damaging winds is going to be possible.
Jim Stokes, member for.
Keeping an eye on Connor.
4 months.
Let's go, Donna. But yeah,
Hey,
guys,
Mike, for the super chat.
The tour of the Storm Prediction Center 100% would take whoever offers that to you up on that, because that was a very.
Back to him in a second. You also got interesting clouds off on the bottom left of your screen from Tornado Pagey. We're just looking at some of those in a second ago. What's the wind and hail on the North Dakota storms? I think across the board, these storms are going to be mainly 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. Hail could be as large as baseballs, but I think at this point, the hail threat's at least lower. Tornado risk, generally speaking, is really conditional on storm mode. We've at least seen some attempts of rotation. We've had some big downburst winds. There's still a little bit of weak rotation south of Wilton that we're keeping an eye on, so there are some storms again going up here that may become tornadic at some point. You got your outflow boundary as well going through Bismarck. These are the ones, though, that would have a chance at producing something. So we need to keep an eye on the storms north of Bismarck. Aaron J. Jack, bottom middle of your screen, is currently on those storms that have just gone up. Also near Mobridge in South Dakota, damaging winds currently moving to the east, going towards Aberdeen and Miller. And then this is our other line of storms that is now moving into Nebraska, mainly with a damaging wind threat of 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. The storm near Rosebud is warned for 70 mile per hour winds, so that's a little bit higher, a little bit on the higher side of things as of now. All right, let's go back over to Maryland. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in place near Easton and as well as Denton. There is actually a little area of rotation that has tried to develop just west of Denton. We need to keep an eye on that. That's going towards Harrington and also near Greensboro. There's another little area, very broad convergence there just south of 301. That'll be heading towards Rising Sun. Again, I think the biggest concern with this line is still damaging winds, but we may still get a QLCS tornado as this line of storms continues to push to the east. Obviously, we are now in July. Tropics are going to be heating up soon. This is a little bit concerning. This is our tropical cyclone heat potential anomaly. And generally speaking, the Gulf and also the very far western Atlantic are abnormally warmer than average here back over in the Gulf and the western Atlantic. The tropics are going to be heating up, I think, soon. There is actually a low chance of development beyond the 7-day period back over in the Gulf. But yeah, there's a chance that we get something in the tropics here pretty soon. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Figured I'd talk about it, though. Also, we have an update to our severe thunderstorm warning here in Maryland. It is still producing 60 mile per hour winds, which is observed, and there's still a tornado possible label. The wind threat apparently is observed. Doesn't actually say what it's observed by, but it is observed. Going towards Denton and Greensboro. We still have a little area of rotation south of Hillsboro that is tracking towards Andrewville and Harrington. And then mostly wind further off to the north here. That's moving towards Goldsboro, Marydale, and eventually towards Dover. Thank you, McFlyer, for the $10 super chat. We're 20 miles from Enderlin on the day of the damaging tornado that killed a few people. Your coverage was insanely crucial to us when we were hiding in our basement. Well, I'm glad I could help. And yeah, that was one of the scariest outbreaks I think we've covered, to be honest. Or not out, but yeah, it was technically an outbreak. But that was one of the scariest events that we've covered. North Dakota is not a place that we cover very often, mostly because, one, it's fairly rural, and usually the events aren't that significant. That one was one of the most significant events, or it was definitely the most significant event I've ever covered in North Dakota. And on top of that, that event in general, performed basically in the way that we basically was worst case scenario. It essentially overperformed. It ended up being a derecho on top of a small scale, significant tornado outbreak. So, no doubt that that was one of the most significant events we've ever covered in North Dakota. Hopefully we don't have another one of those, but definitely wouldn't rule out that we have another significant event in North Dakota in the near future. It's that time of year for North Dakota. We have an observed considerable threat of flash flooding right now near Philadelphia. Train spotters are reporting life-threatening flooding right now near Philadelphia. There is, in Johnson City, Tennessee, there is flooding, believe it or not. In Johnson City, Tennessee, there is a car that is stalled near a Pizza Hut in Johnson City, Tennessee. So there's even flooding over here. We don't even have a flash flood warning for some reason, but there is a photo of a car that is stranded. I don't think we have permission to show it, but just at least relaying that information. Flash flooding is also increasing back over in Texas, near Corsicana, Texas. We now have flash flooding ongoing near Corsicana, and then further down to the south, we have a considerable threat of flash flooding near Fredericksburg, which is an area that just experienced significant flooding recently. So that's just south of Llano, west of Burnett, west of Austin, and also Brady, Texas is in a considerable flash flood warning. Thank you, Bear, for the super chat. Yeah, I think these Nebraska storms might try to do something funky here soon. They have a short window, but north of Bismarck, we got 2 areas of rotation. Just north of Bismarck, we got 2 like very weak areas of rotation that are trying to develop. Aaron J-Jack is in wing, so he's just kind of sitting off to the east of those storms, but that's what it looks like right now. A little base forming off to the left. I would say we got about an hour and a half to 2 hours for this tornado threat to go. It's kind of my personal thinking, because the south flow boundary is just moving so far to the east. It's moving so fast to the east. But we definitely have a base forming on the left. It's starting to organize a little bit. He's waiting in the wing. Oh my goodness. It's terrible. That's a terrible pun. It's also Tornado Pagey's view.
Able to go home and spend some time with the dog.
We're southeast of Bismarck. Very ominous skies there. What's for dinner tonight? I have no clue.
They are
Literally zero clue.
Nelly. She's super afraid of fireworks.
I need water.
So
it's kind of hard to get water.
she needed her mom and dad.
I have to bring water in here. What happened to his windshield? Probably went through some hail.
We're gonna go check.
Actually, I think Tornado Pagey's windshield's banged up too. Just a few cracks in the windshield. Just a few. If I'm not mistaken, he's positioned kind of looking south. South-southwest. But we definitely have a base there on the left, so I think there's definitely a chance of a tornado threat with these storms as they evolve. They've really quickly gone up here. None of them are severe yet, but definitely a chance something could happen. Shout out to Sam with the $50 super chat. When do you think Chicago will be okay on, or do you think Chicago will be worried or okay on Friday? Worried about the STP? I don't think there's anything too concerning yet, but I do think at least something we need to watch for Chicago. But I don't think Chicago's too concerning for Thursday or Friday right now, like in my opinion. That could change, but I'm not too concerned about that area right now on Thursday, Friday. I think it'll be further to your west. We have a little rogue supercell that has gone up back over in South Dakota as well. Believe it or not, John McKinney, who's Freddie McKinney's dad, is actually on that storm right now. This back over to the south of Pre-Show near Kennebec. That is what the storm looks like on radar. I'll have a view of it here in a second. Let me get his audio working as well. I have to usually do this for him. All right, I'm going to go back to here for just a moment. I'm going to put him full screen in a second once he's off his... All right, let's go back over to here. Should be full screen in a second. That is what the storm looks like. Beautiful photogenic storm out here. I think it's 4. Nope, it's 5.
Of all these storms, it's one of the few that's actually tracking north a little bit, so...
Alright, so that's what the storm looks like right now. It just went up. Has a chance of producing a tornado if it can stay discreet. You can actually see a little area of rotation there on radar. I'm gonna keep it on John for 2 seconds. Let me just get my water. Actually larger, or it's actually a longer walk to get water now than it used to be. I did run, by the way. It was not that fast. I actually had to run to get my water. For the record.
Probably have a better radar. It's a better radar.
This is Aaron J-Jack as well. He's back on the North Dakota storm. There's a base again off to the left. Aaron J-Jack's also on YouTube. He's also inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can watch him inside the Radar Omega app by downloading it with the top link in the description below. This is unbelievable. Look at the shot here.
That's the storm we're looking at.
Off to the right, you can see the overshooting top right there on the right side of your screen. Obviously, that's the entire storm, rapidly building cumulonimbus clouds as well. If we look at radar on this particular storm, go over to the ZDR product. I don't think it's going to have a great view since it's just so far away from the radar site. I think it's just too far away. Oh, that's the wrong product. Sir? Where is it? Not this one? What is this one? All right, we're just too far away from the radar side. I was about to say, though, this storm is just bubbling up really quickly. You can see how fast the storm is going up. We're starting to see some pink reflectivity values. So this storm is still definitely growing in size, and it may become tornadic at some point, especially since this is a discrete supercell. It is going towards Chamberlain near I-90 in South Dakota. And back up here near Bismarck, we've had several storms go up. And again, a lot of these have like little areas of at least broad rotation. But at this point, like the odds of a tornado are going to be very dependent on this outflow boundary. The outflow boundary is quickly shooting to the east. And I do think there could be a brief interaction between this outflow boundary and these discrete cells where our tornado threat actually increases. But wow,
just
so
at the
beautiful.
higher level, either something flowing into it there, or the shear kind of getting to it right there.
I have no clue what that cloud is either.
Maybe that's causing it to rotate up there, and I think that's pretty cool.
Another cool cloud though, the supercell.
Pretty cool shot.
We didn't study clouds in college, by the way, if you guys were curious.
Cloud that appears to be wrapping.
If you get a meteorology degree, you're probably not going to learn a whole lot about clouds. At least not like a cloud identification class or anything like that. It just doesn't exist.
I think you get a good shot like that very often on a cell firing, so I just think that's pretty cool.
Now I'm gonna
right
look at the storm here. Any hornets tonight? I don't think so. That's what my judge said. I studied clouds from Bob Ross. What? This is Aaron J-Jack coming up on the Nebraska storm. Which again, it looks impressive. It could try to produce a tornado here soon. At least some broad rotation on the western side of the storm. This is interesting. And some weird little interactions to the east of these storms. If you look at radar here, you can actually see right here, there's like a little weird area of convergence that's come together. And Aaron's he's going south. He's looking in the direction of that, like, kind of lowering there. There's literally almost nothing here, but like that is actually trying to like rotate, which is interesting. It's very far off our storm. We also got a big storm going up right over Bismarck right now. That's likely producing at least some damaging winds, maybe even a little bit of hail. We're moving towards Menno, Kenton, as well as Sterling. So this storm is definitely looking interesting. That's for sure. No warning on this at all, like not even a severe warning, which is kind of surprising. Just back over to John McKinney on a beautiful looking Supercell, again back over in South Dakota right now. It's near Whitten, South Dakota.
Play close to this one here.
Looks like a foot.
Might.
You know, now that you say it, actually kind of does look like a foot. I wish I could draw on this.
Up to the.
It does look like a foot
interstate.
Though. Got the toes on the left. Got the heel on the far right there. It is a foot.
Stay with it.
Back over in it's over in the Florida Panhandle. This is from Brady Harris, also Stormcat 5. Look at the shelf cloud. And a little, even Florida is checking into the crazy shots of storms today. Look at that shelf cloud right there. It's actually crazy. I believe this is in the Florida Panhandle. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 99% sure it is. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. The storms in Florida the last few days have actually been pretty impressive. I drove next to a storm yesterday in Florida. Thing looked like crazy. The structure was pretty crazy. I have photos, but I don't want to dox myself, so well, I'm not going to show it. But
a little bit west of it.
They were pretty crazy yesterday. By the way, flooding is starting to get significant back over in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. There is a considerable flash flood warning in effect there. Heads up.
Storm continues to strengthen. It's nice and isolated.
There's no severe warning on this storm yet. I would expect we'll get one here in a minute. It is a very discreet supercell. The velocities on radar are obviously very elevated, but we at least bottom right of your screen have a broad area of spin. Decent little hail core near 183 as well. By the way, this is our first live stream. I don't know when our last live stream was. I think it's our first stream in almost 2 weeks.
Storm just got a special weather statement on it.
Yeah, I put a special weather statement on the storm. This is our first stream since June 28th. How many days ago was that? Anybody know how many days ago that was? Gotta be a while. I was gonna count, but I didn't have time to. We do have a new special weather statement for Bismarck. That is going to be for gusty winds up to, or actually no gusty winds, just for penny-sized hail. So I would not be surprised, though, if we had gusty winds with the outflow boundary as well, going right through Bismarck, going towards Menokin and Sterling. Stay away from windows if you are in this particular area, back over North Dakota near 94. Tornado Pagey, bottom right of your screen here. They're currently coming up towards Sterling. So we are keeping an eye on them. They are bottom left of your screen. They'll be coming up on that Bismarck storm here soon. Also, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Cherry County in Nebraska. It's a big one. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is tracking down to the south, eventually going towards Mullen. 83 is also in the path of this. Very rural part here of northwestern Nebraska, but stay away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, as damaging winds with 70 miles per hour is likely. Back over in Maryland, we got a long line of severe storms that are moving through right now with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Also, a tornado possible label does remain on this severe warning near Greensboro. Still a very weak area of broad rotation that'll be moving into Dover in Delaware here in the next 15 minutes. And then back over near Cambridge, and as well as Pocomoke City, we still have some damaging winds and also frequent lightning that are approaching Salisbury, Ocean Pines, and also just east of Cambridge, eventually going to Delaware here over the next few minutes. What is Connor showing on the bottom of his screen? I don't know what that was. Gonna go back over to John McKinney, who's on the storm in South Dakota.
Getting sort of a flat brown.
That was the most random thing I've ever seen. I don't know if anybody else is looking, but that was very random. Shout out to Maggie with the 5 Get to memberships. Really appreciate that. He's coming up right underneath the base here. By the way, back over in North Carolina. Look at this. Back over south of Durham. Coming up on Raleigh. We actually have a pocket right now. Probably at least 60 mile per hour winds, maybe even near 70. Going to Cary and Raleigh here over the next few minutes. So if you're in this area, definitely be staying away from windows. We don't have any live cams because it's all stationary cameras here, but I would almost 100% guarantee we got high winds on I-40 going right into Cary and Raleigh over the next few minutes. Trees and power lines could be coming down. Back over to John. He's right underneath the base here of this storm in South Dakota.
It's, sort of the blues and greens up in there, just mostly a blue.
A little
sort of a
swirl there. This is the toes here. The foot is now buried back in the rain.
Here's what it looks like on radar and our position. So we're down here, and the storm is there. Just got a little shift to it. Velocities at the moment. Keeping an eye on the back.
This is Tornado Pagey, who's coming up on the same storm, or the different storms east of Bismarck.
Hello from North Philadelphia.
Clouds are very low up there. You can see all the rain coming down in a lot of different spots. Lots of different rain shafts. Just east of Bismarck. Also, Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they are live inside of the Radar Mega app again. Tons of storm chasers like Connor Croft, Aaron J-Jack, and as well as Tornado Pagey are live inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
Oh my goodness.
Watch them live inside the app with location trackers and everything.
Yeah.
Now we're up north.
Yeah, now it's yellow up here.
Let's back over to John McKinney. This storm so far has been pretty elevated. We haven't seen like a wall cloud really trying to form on this yet. But it is a storm that has towered like a lot here. That's what the echo tops are showing right now on radar. Up to 52,000 feet right now. Just south of Pre-Show and Kennebec. The 52,000 feet. It's definitely a hail core too developing. So wouldn't be surprised if they do severe warn it, at least for hail. The storm itself right now just looks at least somewhat severe. I'm surprised I don't have a severe warning on it yet. inside of his car.
These winds are flowing toward the storm at the moment. Very warm here.
Hey, Squimmy for the $5 super chat. Maybe people already know, but Paige and Bryce got engaged. Their engagement photo in front of the tornadoes in South Dakota, or North Dakota, is crazy. Yeah, we were live when that happened. It was all really crazy. It was the first. I've never. I mean, like, at least on our streams, we've never had anybody engage. That was the first. I guess it's the first time we've ever seen people engage on a live stream. It's a first for everything.
You can see it's dropping some precip. Maybe even some hail out there. So here's what it looks like again on radar. As you can see, it's
this is Tornado Pagey. Speaking of Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they're coming up on the storm near Bismarck, North Dakota right now. And again, they were the ones that got engaged. See if I can try to find the photo. Shouldn't be too hard.
Lots of lightning all of a sudden. Is it splitting? Or it's just maybe those two storms are coming together.
They were trying to combine.
Yeah.
Here closer to the interstate.
Okay.
Let's see what they
Big
do.
rain shaft up there. Coming up on.
Beautiful country out here. Look at that. Whoa! What do it?
Looks
Interesting
like
clouds that are
at least some raggedy clouds are developing back over that South Dakota storm to the on the right side of your screen. I don't think it's much, but again, there's definitely a chance of this thing trying to organize and maybe producing a tornado. Not a whole lot there, but there's something.
some interesting formations.
South of Kennebec, South Dakota. We got a huge shelf cloud over here near Bismarck.
Wow.
It's from our outflow boundary.
What?
Structure's actually crazy here. None of these storms are severe warned, which
There's a
is
swan.
crazy to me.
There's a swan.
The structure's absolutely insane, though. The shelf cloud. All the rain coming down, probably some downburst winds coming down as well.
I just forgot like how much like storms, even though they don't look good on radar, like they just look so cool here.
Yeah, they really do.
Like it doesn't matter. Like
Yeah, I'm in a new studio again. This is probably still temporary, but it's at least gonna be this way probably for the next month or
it's just so
two.
beautiful. Each way you look. Ooh,
So by the way, the photo of Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton getting engaged, in case you've not already seen it. It's happened on our stream, the initial proposal and also this photo as well. But yeah, and they're the ones that we were just on a second ago.
it looks really blue up in there.
That happened a week and a half ago. That happened on June 28th. That was our last time, literally, or June 29th. That was the last time we were live, literally. So the last time we were live was 11 days ago. Well, that's one of our longest stretches of no live streams, I think, this entire year, by the way. Believe it or not. Also, John McKinney is now underneath the base of the storm near Kennebec, South Dakota. Hail core has gotten a little bit larger on it, bottom right of your screen.
Just the upper
Actually,
level
some
stuff
DVC values
is
upwards of 70 almost, 70, 75 now on this.
getting to be pretty pronounced. I think I'll maybe stop and get a wide angle photo of that. There was a big pole right there. Let's just work this thing a little bit structure.
Oh, these are all the
structure-wise.
cameras that we are currently looking at. Tons of cameras. Got a whole map of 19 cameras. And by the way, in about a week or two, we are going to have a brand new camera program that'll be way faster. It'll have way more cameras too. And on top of that, we will have a way to look at cameras and it'll actually look nice. And there will also be locations, I think, on the cameras in about a week or two. So we have a lot of upgrades coming to the cameras, but these are all the cameras that we're actively looking at. And then obviously in the near future, we're going to have a much better camera program that basically allows us to operate a bunch of more cameras that we don't already have. And then on top of that, it'll be easier to just look at them kind of like a box view.
They're absolutely destroyed.
I mean, we went to
Is that
the cookout
program
down
public?
there
It is not.
right before the flood started. I kid
Not a
you not.
public
5
program.
minutes after we
It's
pulled
something
out
we've
of the
been
parking lot,
coding
there
up
was
for a while now.
4 or 5 feet of water.
It was crazy.
I like your blue
And,
background much better. I think the light blue looks better when we have severe warnings, in my opinion. The darker blue, I think, is too much.
On Twitter,
Wow, look at that storm
but
right there. Jeez, that's a huge rain shaft. And see, look at the bottom left. You can see how it's like curving, like that rain shaft is curving. That is likely from the downburst winds, which are probably 60 miles per hour. I know there's no severe warning here, but if I had to guess, the winds are probably 60 miles per hour on this storm.
Down there to provide coverage for that. Hey, Myrtle Bill, good to see you.
We started out in here back in the woods in Myrtle Beach for Chantal
Yes,
very early that morning.
yes. And now we're in North Dakota. Crazy.
What if you change the
time.
color to
Look at
yellow?
that. Look at the
I think
mimosa.
yellow
Oh
looks
my
ugly.
gosh.
It's kind of yellow. That's a bit more orange.
Okay, guys, I'm freaking
For
out.
severe warnings, I don't know about the yellow.
What?
We need another light for the record on this side because it's actually too dark there.
Stop it.
And again, we're in a new studio temporarily, so like stuff is
Those are
not
so
fully done. We actually have a big studio light above, which I can actually turn on. See the blue turn on. There's actually a studio light up there, but it's not currently set up to angle the entire wall.
What? Do you
Got
see
some,
those?
excuse me, we got some modest clouds.
Dang, that's pretty cool.
Modest clouds, big shelf cloud. You got kind of everything up here near Sterling, North Dakota, just outside of Bismarck.
More insane mimonas.
And we have a decent amount of people tuning in from Bismarck right now. The biggest concern is small hail and the modest clouds. Those are the two biggest concerns. Tornado threat may increase, though. That's what we're kind of waiting for right now. On radar, we're starting to see some boundary interactions. They've just gone ahead and issued a severe warning. So this severe warning will include just south of Wing near Reagan, northeast of Bismarck. We've had some boundary interactions that have led to at least some areas of attempted convergence. At least for now, there's a big area of wind there that has just formed north of Menokin. But as these storms can stay discreet, the tornado threat will be more elevated. Again, it's really a 2-hour window. We got now until probably about 9 o'clock or so Central Time for this thing to really pop. But at least for now, there is a chance, once again, of tornadoes. We could even see a strong tornado. It's just going to come down to storm mode. Also, the clock top of your screen is just being changed to Central Time.
What? Where did that come from? That rain out in front?
Oh yeah, I see all that.
Where did that come from?
I think that outflow is surging.
Oh, yeah. I see.
I don't even know where Cheese Curd is. I'm not gonna lie.
Got raggy and looks like
Oh, yeah.
I have no clue where she is.
Dang. Huh.
She has been the happiest cat the last few days. Being in a new place for whatever reason, she's been just so happy. I guess she didn't like the last place I was in. I mean, it's a lot larger here, so.
What is that? Is that $50? $50. I'm losing it.
New setup. It is a new setup. What do you guys think? Do you guys like the yellow, or do you guys like the light blue for the color in the background for severe warnings? This is only for severe warnings, by the way. Let me know in the chat. You guys like the blue? Yellow? Alright, I need to make a poll. It's kind of split. Alright, making a poll.
Big raindrops.
This is their J-Jack. Got an interesting view of the storm near Wing, North Dakota. Got like an attempted wall cloud, looks like, on the left. Got at least an attempt here back over near North Dakota. It's near Wing. Also, for the record, these clouds, the storm in South Dakota, it's elevated, but
Very dark base.
pretty.
A lot of interesting features underneath there. Some pretty cool colors on it as well. So, don't know what that's going to translate into, but
Cool little storm. Yeah, Aaron J-Jack at least has an attempt of a wall cloud here. Back over near, just near Wing. Just outside of Bismarck. Interesting. Yellow has been the winner so far. Maybe we do yellow then. I like the yellow too, to be honest. I kind of like the gradient of the yellow. Is this 63? They fill up for the 3-month membership, or 33-month membership. Getting close to 3 years, that's crazy. That gold background is kind of ugly. Why? It doesn't look ugly to me. Back to Aaron in a second, but that's again the storm here near just outside of Reagan, north of Bismarck. We got a little storm merger happening too here. There's like a little area of broad rotation that's attempting to develop east of Arnold. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if we got like a brief tornado here. There is actually an area of convergence that's attempting to come together. We got a little like multiple different boundary interactions that are happening here on top of the storm interactions, and so there is a chance of a tornado in this area. I would say the chances are low, but we've had areas of convergence like this in the past with different outflow boundaries and other stuff, and so this is definitely something we need to keep an eye on. So yeah,
this one's sort of curling around it. Then we have this.
John has something right there. Just kind of scuddy. It's actually might be spinning just a little bit. Hey, Court for the $10 super chat and Morgan for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Petco for the super chat. South New Jersey, mainly a damaging wind threat. Yeah, yellow, I think, might be the move. We have 57% yellow. It's kind of 50-50, but I kind of like yellow, too, for severe warnings. We've always done blue, which I kind of always thought was weird.
I just think that's really cool. The whole thing is just...
It's a very cool-looking storm.
I should just auto-focus it. Some flies. Then there's the...
By the way, this storm is rotating.
Over there.
This storm back over in North Dakota is definitely rotating. This one right here. I'm waiting for... We have a chaser on it. I'm waiting for him to come back, but there was legit rotation. Like, there's actually rotation here, so... The storm may try to do something. This is Tornado Pagey, who's near this. But this is legitimately rotating.
Going the wrong way, but we have no choice.
See the area of convergence bottom right of your screen. Maybe gearing up for a tornado.
End of road work, but they're not telling us which way to go.
There's an area of convergence, though, for sure. Why? Thank you, Aiden, for the $10 super chat. That's tornado emergencies. We just flashed purple.
Do you think this has any chance since it formed out in front of them?
Probably not.
might try to do something here. They have just issued a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar sized hail for this area. With these boundary interactions, I legit would not be surprised at a tornado, though, east of Arnold. There is some rotation.
Now both pieces are severe warning.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Raleigh, North Carolina. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail.
Sure would like to know where the detour is to get back on that one. They didn't have any signs.
No, they didn't.
Yellow, black font, can't read the white letters. Yeah, we're going to be working on that. It's something that we've been meaning to do and just haven't had time.
Next exit, I know it's not for a while.
No.
This is Ben Williams. Not this. We have Ben Williams on here. Ben Williams is underneath this thing, which it is rotating.
We exit 190.
This is Ben Williams. See it rotating right above his head. Like spinning. It's exactly where I've outlined bottom right of your screen.
Very, very interesting storm. Tornado or no tornado, it's a very interesting one. Yeah, it fell apart now, you know, it's just a little, but there's little spins that keep trying up there, you know, it just can't ever.
Right near our boundary interactions. Again, we got a bunch of boundary interactions happening.
But it keeps trying to do these little spins. Keeps trying to do these little spins.
But it's literally spinning above his head. He might be moving here.
Hold on. Yeah, it just keeps doing these weird little.
Let me get Ben on the actual main screen here. I don't know what number he has to be. It might work. I'll put Ben Williams. We'll put him in the bottom left. And then Tornado Pagey will go bottom middle. Yeah, Ben at least has a good view there. He's underneath it. You can actually see the velocities on radar too. Look at this. We got multiple areas of rotation. Like, this is literally, we got like a hook forming on this. It's all near, again, we got a bunch of like little boundary interactions kind of creating convergence in this area. And so this is kind of the general spot where we would have a tornado. It's northeast of Bismarck, and we do have a couple areas of rotation that have at least been trying to produce a tornado over the last few minutes, and Ben is pretty much underneath it. So that is basically the area that we need to keep an eye on. It's just east of Arnold. It's almost stationary. We also have a big hailstorm that just formed to the east of it. That's near Menokin going towards Sterling.
He might be done.
Ben is kind of underneath it still.
Dude, I really think if you didn't get all those mergers on the south side just now, I think it might have actually tried to produce a minute ago.
Hey, barely for the $10 super chat.
See, I was going west, and then the
Probably
second it got those mergers,
generosity.
it pulled in the boundary.
In a while. It was 11 days since our last live stream.
Wait, there's actually a this storm that we're on shot out a boundary. It collided with the other boundary, and then it tried to suck it in.
Talking about the boundary. Tornado Pagey is coming up into the storm near Driscoll. They're going actually a little bit further to the east. I still think there's a chance of a tornado here northeast of Bismarck. We'll have to wait for another radar scan, but, you know, it's updating every 4 minutes, so we got another minute or so till the next scan. But there is actually some rotation here. Also, we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm watch. This one is going to be across North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska till 1 a.m. tonight. That'll be for damaging winds. Upwards of 80 miles per hour is likely. That'll be scattered. 2-inch sized hail is also possible, anywhere from Devil's Lake back into Grand Island, and then frequent lightning is possible. They did not mention the wording of tornadoes, but keep in mind our main tornado threat is actually further to the west. It's mainly in this corridor. Nonetheless, a tornado is still a possibility even out into the severe thunderstorm watch, just not a super high chance. So they have not mentioned that in the wording. About 712,000 people are included in this watch tonight. Thank you, Derek, for the $10 super chat. Tan for severe thunderstorm, yellow for tornado possible, orange for tornado warning. Orange for tornado warning, I think, is... maybe. I don't know. Maybe that might work. I'll have to think about it. Have to keep... Well, at least have to think about the color scheme. We definitely could do some changing, though, to the color scheme. Back over in Maryland, this is east of Galena going towards Smyrna. There's actually a broad area of rotation, a couple different areas, east of Crumpton and then north of Kenton. So I'll have to keep an eye on these as they move east. Low tornado risk, at least for the time being, as it moves east. This area of convergence has been at least a little bit more interesting. I think if we were to get a tornado warning, it would be this one near Massey, which has at least gotten a little bit more organized. Also, we are getting a report in Wilmington, Delaware. That's back up here. Wilmington, Delaware. Buildings and street flooding in Wilmington, and people are stranded. So that is a report out of, once again, Wilmington, Delaware, where we do have a considerable flash flood warning currently in effect, which has been observed. If we go over to the storm total precip here, you'll be able to see like basically a widespread 3 to 4 inches of rain has fallen. The flooding's at least getting a little bit more significant over here. Tornado Pagey there driving into the storm in North Dakota right now. Posting that to our socials, by the way. If you have any friends or family in Wilmington, Delaware, or in that general vicinity, make sure that they are staying weather aware. Again, we got a bunch of flash flood warnings literally from Philadelphia and just south of Trenton, New Jersey, all the way back towards Lancaster. Flash flooding is obviously getting very significant. You can see buildings and street flooding in Wilmington. People are stranded. And then there's also Creek Road and Snuff Mill Road in Wooddale, Delaware is closed due to flooding. And the rain's not really stopping. It's very slowly drifting east, but the storms are kind of training southwest to northeast, so this flooding threat should stay more elevated, at least for the next hour. But otherwise, mostly damaging winds. We got a little bit of rotation, as I mentioned before, west of Smyrna. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they did issue a tornado warning on this. The rotation's got a little bit stronger. So if you're back over in Smyrna, Delaware, Townsend, south of Middleton, be ready to go to your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We may get a tornado warning on this. There's at least some rotation with this. And again, it's currently moving to the east. Hey, Rapid Lightning for the $10 super chat. Also, the pilots for the $10 super chat. We've missed you. Love your feed. Appreciate that. We were very close to going live the day that Tropical Storm Chantel made landfall, but we were like really close. We just did not have enough to go live. Usually we need like at least something more consistent to go live. All right, wait, we need to go back to Bismarck. Bismarck, I think, is about to be on the ground. Whoa, 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 whoa. We need a tornado warning. Look at this. We've been talking about this a lot. We need a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, maybe that storm, but this one does need a tornado warning too. There could be a strong tornado in progress. We've been talking about this for several minutes now. Northeast of Bismarck. It's likely a stalled out tornado, but there could be a tornado in progress just east of Arnold right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a tornado warning on this. So again, tornado warning east of Arnold. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. There could legitimately be a tornado embedded in this storm. Again, it is literally stalled out here right in the dead center of a bunch of rain just to the east of Arnold. So that's going to be for Burleigh County in North Dakota. You need to be, again, in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Ben Williams is very close to it. He's bottom left of your screen. Definitely could see a strong tornado. If not, we have a tornado in progress. It's very possible. It's kind of in a field right now. You can see how strong the convergence signature is here. Very strong area of convergence just east of Arnold. Our other tornado warning is the other storm we were literally just talking about. That's north of Dover. That is in Delaware and Maryland. Stronger area of rotation is coming up on Townsend. If you're in Smyrna, you're not in the tornado warning. But Townsend and just south of Middletown, you guys are in this tornado warning. That is going towards Blackbird and Blackbird Landing and eventually going towards Decky, Ville and Collins Beach and Fleming's Landing. So get to your safe place. We've been talking about both of these storms for the last 5-10 minutes. You've had plenty of time to get ready. Go to your safe place now. The one northeast of Bismarck does not include Bismarck, but it is for those just outside of Bismarck. Again, that's east of Arnold. The radar site's updating every 2 minutes now, so these are coming in way more frequently. Once again, Ben Williams, bottom left of your screen. He's very close to this. The area of rotation is very strong. It is wrapped in rain, so that's going to make it a lot more dangerous when it comes to a storm chasing perspective. But nonetheless, could literally be a rain-wrapped tornado in here. Ben Williams. I think he's just to the west of the couplet.
Not it. No, it's probably not. It's probably some tiny little circulate. You're not gonna see that one unless you get inside of it. Like, I mean, let's
be off to the left. If we had something, it'd likely be rain-wrapped.
I will, but I'm not gonna be able to get to it in time. So.
I think he's going to be getting closer to this in a second. I'm going to peek him bottom left. Latest radar scan still showing a very strong area of rotation. I personally have to say, I'm pretty certain that this is a tornado on the ground. We don't have anything confirming it yet, but if we look at velocities and match this up with reflectivity, notice that there's a little reflectivity hole. If we match up the velocities with reflectivity, there is a little reflectivity hole. In my opinion, this is likely a tornado. It's very hard to bet against that. We don't have a CC drop, but a lot of the time when we have tornadoes that are almost hitting like nothing, this basically in a field, a lot of the time that can at least confirm a tornado. So there's very likely a tornado. It's likely rain wrapped. Again, velocities are very tight. This is a pretty classic looking tornado in my opinion. So again, be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Definitely a likely tornado in progress northeast of Bismarck off those boundary interactions that we've been talking about. The storm back over in Maryland has been trying to ramp up. The last couple scans have gotten a little bit broader. You can see the rotation's at least a little bit broader here over the last few minutes. That's going towards Townsend and just north of Smyrna. Also, we got a little rainbow shot back over in South Dakota on the right side of your screen.
Trying to focus in on what I'm going to do next here. Am I going to follow this storm or am I going to try something different is the question.
This is back to Ben, who's on the tornado warning in...
What's the one from Jamestown?
North Dakota. Yeah, if we had a tornado, it'd be off to the left.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to take 94. Look at that mess.
Bottom right of your screen at the velocities. We got a new radar scan coming in a moment. Just came in.
There's no way what?
We still got a couplet. Yeah, there could still be a tornado buried back in the rain. That is just to the north of 94. It's basically not moving. So I mean, again, if we had a tornado, it's literally not even moving. It's pretty much just stationary. This is our latest update on our tornado warning near Townsend and Delaware. And the main area of rotation right now is just west of Townsend. It is very rain-wrapped. The velocities have gotten a little bit broader over the last moment or two. You can actually see this. There's actually maybe a small CC drop, though. Not really much, but if we had a tornado, that's where it'd be located. Very small little CC drop. Not enough, in my opinion, to confirm this as if it is a tornado, but there's definitely something there. Hey, look, where's Smyrna? That's further to the south, right? All right, Dover's there. We do have a camera in this general area. I'm trying to pull it up. We have a camera, though, in this area. Not sure if it's going to load, but north of Smyrna, there are a couple cameras here. Main area of rotation, again, is basically traveling along 330 near Delaney Corner. It's going to be moving east-northeast. In my opinion, if there's a tornado, it's likely going to be on the weaker side of things in this environment, but we do have a small little CC drop that may be a tornado. Not 100% sure on it, but that could be a tornado. Again, that's going towards Townsend. You're in Townsend, Delaware. Be in your safe place. The population in this warning, for reference, is 8,700. So it's not most populated area in Delaware, but we got about 8,800 people in this tornado warning. Also, the tornado warning in North Dakota is about 1,000 people. Differential reflectivity makes the TDS. Hey, look. Yeah, that might be a tornado. Like, it's possible. I'm not 100% sure on it, but there could be a tornado. It's also in a low reflectivity area. If there was a tornado, it was almost undoubtedly on the very weak side of things, just due to how small the CC drop was, and the velocities weren't super tight. There's actually been a very weak attempt, at least at rotation, also near Smyrna. We had a bit more of a couplet before. It wasn't really much of a couplet, but at least an area of convergence. It's gotten much weaker over the last minute or two. That's near Highway 13, so... All right, let me go back to the North Dakota storm again. We haven't looked at that in a few minutes. It's back over near Bismarck, and the last few radar scans are showing the rotation getting quite broad. If we have a tornado, it's going to be right over 106th Street Northeast. So that's, again, just northeast of Bismarck, North Dakota. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be rain-wrapped. That's just north of I-94. We also got a ton of hail falling with this storm. This is a discrete supercell. I mean, it's kind of semi-discrete. There's a lot of storms here. But if we get another boundary collision or accident that basically happens here, I definitely think another tornado is going to be a possibility. So definitely something to watch for. They have continued this tornado warning as radar indicated. As I've mentioned before, I am very certain that we had a tornado with this at least at some point. But at the minimum, it is at least a tornado warning still. New severe warning also north of Medina, going towards Pettibone and Woodworth, west of Pingree. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. This is currently tracking to the east right now. All right, we have a camera in this tornado warning. This back over on our tornado warning in Delaware. This is near our tornado warning. This is in Newcastle County, just northwest of Dover. The camera loads, it should. There it is, and it's pretty windy here. It was a little bit windier a second ago, but it has been pretty windy here. This is inside of that tornado warning here. And this is in Newcastle County. Actually, we got a skyline view, I believe. Or about to have one, maybe. Oh yeah, this one right here. This is also in the same area. This is kind of like a skyline view here inside of our tornado warning, which latest scan is not really showing as much rotation. It's gotten a lot broader. And it's actually going more towards Smyrna now. So that area of weak rotation tracking more towards Smyrna. Moving outside of the warning. Wind's starting to pick up there. You can see it on the bottom of your screen. A lot of lightning with this storm too, at least somewhat frequent. Oh, who's controlling the cameras? But these things move fast. Going back and forth with like literally a little click, it seems like. What state is this? This is in Delaware. Wind is now picking up. It's gusty winds so far. Rotation's gotten a lot broader on radar, so I'm not as convinced that we have a tornado here, but damaging wind threat is definitely elevated. For sure. Something that's very interesting, the Storm Prediction Center has removed our tornado risk even from the northern plains. I don't understand that, to be honest. We literally have a tornado warning up there, and in my opinion, there's definitely a tornado risk, even with the storm mode being a bit more linear. This isn't the first time that we've had a tornado risk removed and then a tornado happens. And for some reason, we have no tornado risk outlined. But I'll talk more about the SVC outlook in a second. We literally have 2 tornado warnings ongoing and no outlook for tornadoes. This is an area we mentioned in today's video that would at least have a chance of an isolated tornado or two. We've had 2 tornado warnings so far. We had one near Washington, D.C. to start the stream. We obviously have one right now north of Smyrna, which obviously does not look as concerning. I don't think there's a tornado here, but there's at least some wind threat here that's going to be moving through Fleming's Landing, Collins Beach, and Woodland Beach, and obviously the flash flooding threat is very significant. Near Wilmington, we have a major flash flooding threat happening there, where buildings are being flooded, and there are also people stranded in vehicles. So Flash flooding's increasing rapidly back over there in Wilmington, Delaware. And back over in Bismarck, North Dakota, just outside of it, we have a tornado warning, which right now the rotation's gotten a lot weaker. This is another one of those instances where you have kind of these boundary interactions that were able to help produce possibly a tornado here north of Menokin. At this time, though, I do think the tornado threat is lower. It'll probably increase again if this storm has another weird boundary interaction. So that is something we're keeping an eye on. And then further down to the south, back over near Chamberlain in South Dakota, we do have a couple storms that went up here that are producing the potential for hail and wind. John McKinney, bottom right of your screen, is currently on the one, I think, still west of Chamberlain. Yeah, he's still on that one. And so that storm looks pretty cool. Look at the rainbow here as well. You're going to see the rainbow off to the right.
A little bit as it goes up.
Big rainbow off to the right here of this storm.
Pretty amazing. Still got the rainbow.
Look at that. Got the sunlight coming through too.
Still have a solid rainbow in place. And then we got this storm, rainbow.
That's the storm again near Chamberlain, South Dakota. That is the wrong button. That's Chamberlain, South Dakota, though. Bottom right of your screen still looks really incredible on that camera shot. I also have to keep an eye on the storm north of Tappan, North Dakota. That one actually has, it's probably just some contamination, but there is at least a little bit of an attempt of rotation there just south of Pettibone. At the bare minimum, damaging winds up to 60, and ping pong ball size hail will continue as this moves to the east. I'm going to keep it on John. I got to go pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
Exit off here a minute so we can further investigate. And then it's kind of acting like it's trying to do a wall cloud way up high, which is interesting.
All right, we're back. He's saying there's a wall cloud.
All kinds of little cool stuff on this storm.
Code yellow. I mean, the yellow, I guess, is fitting. With the yellow color. Where's Riley? Riley's going to be back here soon. He's been busy. He does have a life, by the way. He's not always able to be on. I try to have him on as much as possible, but he does have stuff going on.
So we're right up on the edge of the hail shaft. Right on the edge of it. I just saw, oh, it's a double. It's a bit of a double rainbow here.
Wow.
Double is kind of faint, but
the sunlight, but at least at the angle that the sun is coming from, it makes this the rainbow even look cooler. Riley moved to Florida? He did not.
Gigi has a birthday? What? Rainbow's kind of, got a bunch of lightning off to my right as well, but rainbow's kind of fading.
Thanks, Steve, for the super chat. Chesapeake City. Talking about Maryland? You're talking about Chesapeake City, Maryland? There isn't really much happening there at this point, just rain. The tornado threat, in my opinion, on the storm in Delaware is very low. Like, there is not really any rotation anymore, it's just wind.
Kind of
the most concerning storms at this point are really in the Dakotas.
A little bit of a twist.
Look at this. This was a report back over in Alaska, South Dakota. An 81-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by a Mesonet station. So that is with this line of storms that is currently now pushing towards Aberdeen. It is very outflow dominant. You can see the outflow boundary right here. Significant wind threat right now moving from west to east, going towards Aberdeen, Ellendale, and also going towards Miller. Also, back over in Dallas, Fort Worth, we now have a flash flood warning in effect near Dallas, Mesquite, and Garland. So be ready for flash flooding. Low-lying areas will likely see flooding, especially under those overpasses back over in the Dallas area. Had that yesterday. We'll probably have it again today. So be ready for that. Nothing significant as of right now beyond that, but just something we're keeping an eye on. Also, significant line of storms continuing to push through Thedford and Ainsworth back over in Nebraska. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is a possibility out of that line. Hey, CF for the $10 super chat. Just spoke with Bismarck National Weather Service and we both agreed on a brief tornado near 93rd and 106th. I think there was a tornado. I mean, we don't really know for sure, but like I'm like 99% sure we had a tornado there. This is Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They're currently tracking towards this tornado warning. You can see the right edge there of at least some wind from downburst winds. Also, you can watch Tornado Pagey, Aaron J-Jack, and a bunch of other storm chasers inside of the Radar Omega app. That is also the weather app we're currently using on this stream. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is the leading edge there on the right side of your screen of the storm. Semi is right in front of them too. That semi is kind of going perpendicular to the wind, which is always dangerous. Can be dangerous at least. There's a report in Ottawa Hills, Ohio, as of 10 minutes ago, of a rotating wall cloud. This is the storm that is in question. Northwestern Ohio near Toledo. It's a report from a not live storm chaser, but storm spotter Nathan Clark of apparently a rotating wall cloud. It's off to the west here of Toledo. So I guess this is something we're gonna have to keep an eye on. I wouldn't say there's much of a chance of this actually producing a tornado, but something to keep an eye on, I guess. It's another kind of random storm that is actually rotating. Our tornado warning in Delaware goes for 10 more minutes. I think they'll probably cancel it. The rotation's gotten way broader. Damaging winds currently moving through Georgetown. Tornado threat is pretty low. We got a small little area of convergence that has tried to come together near Whaley's Corners, but has not been successful. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, again, being the biggest concern. And back over in Raleigh, North Carolina, we got a long line of storms that is moving towards Rocky Mount and Wilson. This is now outside of our severe thunderstorm watch. This is producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and also quarter-sized hail. But severe thunderstorm watch has mostly expired here for the mid-Atlantic. The only severe watch we still have in effect is New Jersey and Delaware and Maryland, which goes until 12 o'clock tonight Eastern time, which I doubt will actually go that long, but that is what it currently goes to, at least for now. All right, Tornado Page is getting pretty close to this tornado warning. This is, again, their live shot right now. If we had a tornado be on the right side of your screen, it would probably be a bit more visible now than before, simply since it's not really rain-wrapped anymore. I don't really see any rotation that's substantial or really enough to even have a tornado warning right now, but we could get another boundary interaction that leads to another tornado. Bottom right of your screen, the storms have definitely gotten pretty messy.
This storm doesn't do anything. We'll be back live tomorrow for more storm. That hopefully will. Out in an open field.
This is, again, the storm that is currently tornado warning. We had a tornado be off to the right. Nothing visible as of now. Hey, Nicholas, for the super chat. Yes, my cat is named Cheese Curd, and it is not orange. Is she fluffy? I don't know what you classify as fluffy, to be honest. By the way, this is on I-94 near McKenzie, for those that are familiar with this area, just east of Bismarck, North Dakota. we see her? I have literally no clue where she is. I haven't seen her in a while. She might be sleeping. Does Cheese Curd like the new studio? I think so. I don't really know. I think so. It's easier for her to get up on the desk now and get off of it. We used to not be able to do that in the last studio because we had another computer added. It's a live shot back over in Delaware near our tornado warning. The wind has actually begun to pick up. This is in Newcastle County as well. Just on US 301 at Levels Road, that side of Dover. So some gusty winds moving through this area right now. Nicholas with the super chat asks if there's anything possible for severe weather in the Oklahoma City metro tonight. I don't think so. I think it'll be kind of quiet down there. That camera just went out. That had a decent view of the storm there. But yeah, the Bismarck tornado warning, the rotation's gotten way broader. We got outflow boundaries literally going everywhere. We got one here, we got one here, we got one here. There's literally outflow boundaries everywhere. So a lot of these storms have quickly gotten outflow dominant. There's always a chance with we could get another boundary interaction somewhere, but that tornado threat definitely not nearly as high as before. Significant line of storms right now rolling across South Dakota as well. Damaging winds again as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour is possible. Would expect this line to make it all the way to Sioux Falls, maybe even Sioux City and Omaha tonight. It won't be as strong by then, but it will at least still have at least some level of significant damaging winds with this line as it continues to move to the east. And I'm surprised I haven't canceled this tornado warning, but it still goes for 6 more minutes. North of Smyrna in Delaware. The camera did come back that had the wind on it, but it looks like the winds have gotten calmer. Or it's actually, I think it's still frozen. Oh, there we go. It's kind of in and out. Try 2. So again, this is near our tornado warning near Smyrna. Been pretty calm though so far. Let me put, who was just in the bottom middle? Is that Tornado Pagey? Let's go actually full cam to Tornado Pagey. They're a little bit closer now to our tornado warning storm. They're going to be driving up into it here in a minute, it looks like. So again, they're just outside of our North Dakota tornado warning, which goes for about 8 more minutes as well, or 5 more minutes. So you're I-94. A little bit of lightning up there, a little cloud to cloud lightning. It's got a huge severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. Got a couple of severe warnings. Got a huge new severe thunderstorm warning in a bunch of different counties in South Dakota. I'm not even going to list all of them off. There's like 8 of them. This is west of Aberdeen, north of Miller, Falkton, as well as Ipswich are all included in this. That's for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Keep in mind that there was a wind gust observed of 80 miles per hour back over near, I think that's Selby. So just south of Selby near Alaska. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. This one... Oh, no, never mind. There's no new one. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing in Delaware. This one's over near Georgetown. Still for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. There's actually still a little area of rotation right now over Georgetown, Delaware. That's going to be moving into Salisbury, Switch, and Gravel Hill. I still don't think that tornadoes can be ruled out with this storm. There's still a low chance of a tornado with this as it continues to move in the direction of Milton. Let me see if I can get... There might be cameras here. It's over in Salisbury near Milton. I'm going to put Tornado Page on just for a second. Let's see this.
Yeah.
Hey, Diane from becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I do think a tornado warning is needed for Georgetown, Delaware. I'm trying to get a camera pulled up in this area. Got multiple. Hey, hey, can you send me cams in the Delaware, or in the Georgetown, Delaware area? There are multiple. That's what it looks like right now in Georgetown. There is actually a couplet on radar. I do think a tornado warning is needed for the Georgetown, Delaware area. We do have a stronger area of rotation. It's very similar to the last storm that we had, a little bit further off to the north, north of Dover. So I would fully expect we'll get a tornado warning in a moment. Little area of convergence there. It's going to be moving right into Georgetown and then eventually going towards Salisbury Switch and Gravel Hill. If you have friends or family in Georgetown, make sure that they're staying weather aware and make sure that they're aware of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hopefully now. We have a new tornado warning. That is for Sussex County in Delaware. The storm's moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. We got some cameras in this area that I'm trying to pull up. We actually got a skyline view here. This goes towards Lewes and as well as Milton, by the way. So those areas are included in this warning. It's a large tornado warning. Again, we have definitely a couplet here. Could have a tornado at literally any moment as it goes into the town of Georgetown. This is a live shot skyline view in downtown Georgetown. And so if there's a tornado, we might actually be able to see it on this camera. And obviously it's dark, but it'll definitely help that, you know, we at least have a skyline view. Camera is starting to shake a little bit. Wind's picking up a little bit. Waiting the... Oh, camera may have just gone down. Should come back in a second. We'll back to it in a second. But that is a skyline view again inside of our tornado warning. I'm going to go over to another camera as well. We got another one in this area. Let's see. Got a couple different ones. I'm going to keep that one too. All right, here's the latest radar scan. If we have a tornado, it's literally over the south side of Georgetown right now. So if we have a tornado, that's where it's going to be located. It's going to be right on the south side of Georgetown. It will be eventually going into Salisbury Switch and then eventually approaching Haberton. So Haberton's going to be in the path of this. Again, get to your safe place if you are in this warning. The wind has been picking up in Georgetown. That camera, for whatever reason, did go down. It looks like it's come back. Yeah, you can see the wind picking up right there. So there could be a tornado. If we had a tornado, it'd be off to the left. We have a clear area of convergence right over the town of Georgetown, Delaware. Have to look for power flashes. I haven't seen any yet. Left side of the screen is where we're looking, though. Wind is still pretty strong. I'm trying to see if this camera can stay up for a bit longer. Refreshing it. There we go. There might be a tornado. We actually have a small little CC drop there. It's not fully for certain, but there may be a tornado on the ground there just south of Georgetown. So there could be a tornado here. Again, if we have one, it's on the left side of your screen. Riley thinks that this is a tornado as well. I personally think this is a tornado just based off the velocities and also the CC drop. So likely tornado right now near Georgetown. At least a brief one. And so that's why the wind's been picking up here over the last minute or two. Likely a weak tornado, but almost undoubtedly a tornado. That was right over the Springfield Farms Addition. It's now going to be going over Route 9. You can still see the winds are pretty strong there, going right to left. It's also in the same area. Wind's picking up here. This is also near where this tornado would be. This is also in Georgetown, Delaware. But again, we do think there's a tornado down here that's near Georgetown. Or at least was there for a moment. Latest scan showing weaker rotation, but there's still some rotation there. Camera, I think, just changed directions. I think it's looking more in the direction of where our tornado would be. Try refreshing it again. Yeah, this is near Salisbury Switch. It's on route. This is on US 113. Here comes the wind again. So the wind's really picking up again. This is right inside of the tornado warning, but wind is rapidly picking up. And again, we do think we just had a tornado. If not, we may still have a tornado. There was a debris signature on radar. There is a tornado. It's over Georgetown, and it'll be coming up into Salisbury Switch, Delaware, and then eventually moving towards Belltown, Quakertown, and Lewes, and also going towards Broadkill Beach. Are in the path of it. The wind is definitely very strong here. Again, I do think that there may not be a tornado anymore, but we have the bare minimum of high winds, probably around 60 to 70 miles per hour. It's probably from the remnants of our initial tornado that just happened literally a moment ago. Still see it's pretty windy, though. Also, we got more cameras coming up and getting those ready. It's actually live. This is on Sandhill Road. Wind is picking up just a little bit here. This is a little bit further out in front of it. This is another live shot. This is on Deer Forest Road. And if we have a tornado still, it'll be on the south side of Salisbury Switch going to Gravel Hill. Not 100% sure if we have a tornado anymore, but there could still be one. We still have a couplet on radar. It's going to be moving to Harbison and eventually Belltown. By the way, this is crazy. This is Aaron J. Jack back over in North Dakota. Look at the skies here. A little bit off topic, but I want to show you guys this. This is absolutely just crazy what we're seeing from Aaron J. Jack. He's also on YouTube and inside of the Radar Mega app. Unbelievable view here of the storm back over in North Dakota. All sorts of modest clouds. Modest cloud outbreak back over in North Dakota right now. It's back to our tornado warning in Delaware. So again, this is near Gravel Hill. It's on Deer Forest Road. The rain is starting to pick up quite a bit. The winds are still pretty strong here as well. Also, this is Connor's view. Back over in South Dakota. Look at the shelf cloud here. The structure has gotten crazy back over in the
more stuff getting organized in South Dakota.
The northern and central plains.
It's a classic windbag type of day.
Unbelievable. This is back over to Sussex County on US 113. The wind is still very strong here. This is at DE 18 as well. So this is back over in Georgetown, and this is behind where our tornado would be. It's actually still very windy. Velocities are going to update here in a second. They have updated the tornado warning. Still radar indicated. If we have a tornado, it's going towards Belltown and Quakertown. This is literally a modest cloud outbreak in North Dakota. This is quite literally unbelievable. By the way, latest radar scan on our tornado warning is showing the main area of rotation just south of Gravel Hill. That's just south of 9. It's going to be moving into the west side of Belltown in about 5 minutes. So that'll be coming up on Belltown, Quakertown, Lewes, and Green Hill. It's not as strong and tight as before, but it is definitely still a couplet, and we could still see a tornado out of this. There's no doubt about that. There's still a chance of a tornado as this continues to move to the east. So be in your safe place again if you're in this tornado warning. The wind has remained very strong, even out in front of this. So another live shot inside of our tornado warning back over on US 113 at DE 16. And then, yeah, this is really the main camera that we have right now. There's more cameras coming up as well a little bit further east. There's one on Gravel Hill that I'm trying to pull up here. This one's going to be very close to where the tornado would be located. Not this one. The next one. You can see the wind's still pretty strong right there. So at least some gusty winds. And then this is like literally going to be one of the closest cams to where the tornado is located. This is on US 9 at DE 5, which is literally right next to Gravel Hill. So this camera should start to have some activity in the next minute or so. It's on the east side of Gravel Hill near Harbison. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. But again, tornado, if we have one, it's going to be on the southeast side of Gravel Hill. Shady Rest Park is in the path of it. Then Cool Spring in the next couple minutes. And then going into Quakertown and Belltown. This is, again, a QLCS tornado. Usually these are pretty weak. This is, again, currently moving to the east-northeast. And may produce a tornado as that continues to track that direction. Also, we now have a flash flood warning for Atlanta. Atlanta, Georgia. You guys are now in a flash flood warning. Radar indicated, not considerable right now, but something we're keeping an eye on. If this storm stays stalled out or we get more storms on top of that, we may see a tornado. We may see a more elevated flood threat evolve, especially with this being a city. Underpasses will pretty much easily flood. So be ready again for flooding in this area. It's still very windy on US 113 near Georgetown. This is, again, inside of our tornado warning. It is still very windy here in Sussex County. Rotation, again, is near Harbison right now. ACF for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And Vivian, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is once again... Oh, wait for another radar scan. This is back over in North Dakota, northeast of Bismarck. Unbelievable. This could literally go on a calendar. This is, again, Mammatus clouds, if you've never seen them before. It's basically what they look like. It is literally a field of Mammatus clouds. Also, the rotation on the tornado warning bottom right of your screen has gone a little bit broader. It's not as strong as before. Oh, man. Why does this water taste like grass? It tastes weird. Pour myself water and it tastes like grass. I might have to get a different drink. Need a water fund. Alright, back to our tornado warning near Harbison. Again, the latest radar scan showing broader rotation now. This is, again, located near Harbison. It's going to be moving into Belltown and Quakertown. The tornado warning goes for 19 more minutes. They've also issued a special marine warning just west of Cape May. So if you're, for some reason, on a boat right now, which is entirely possible, definitely make sure that you're getting to your dock. Get out of the water. Wind gusts are going to be pretty high. Should at least see wind gusts upwards of 34 knots or higher in this area. This is back over to Sussex County, right in the tornado warning. Still very windy here. Been consistently at least gusty winds in the Georgetown area for about 15 minutes, literally ever since the storm went into this area. Huge shout out to Linda with the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. And Michelle for becoming a member. And Shannon for the super chat for some water. Appreciate that. I need water. I need something other than... It literally tastes like grass. I can't drink that. Alright, we just lost that camera. Also, John McKinney in Resilience, South Dakota, which this storm had I think a brief attempt at a wall cloud. It's on the right side of your screen, a little bit raggedy.
Where was that again? I think it's Kimball. I don't think Kimball's gonna be enough.
This is interesting too. This is Connor's view of the shelf cloud. Back over near Answorth in Nebraska. That's like a weird little swirl up there on the top right of your screen. Hey, J&M for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Hit the better moisture, and now we're getting a nice shelf cloud condensing on this.
Bottom right of your screen is a tornado warning in Delaware. Rotation's gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes, by the way. I don't think it's as concerning anymore. Are Freddie McKinney and John McKinney related? They are.
This is the same area that we had to stop at earlier, I'm pretty sure. Dude, this looks sick. Back here looks really nice. If you find like something that goes kind of south, you get an angle that way, you should probably stop and go towards that.
Okay.
Hey, Bohemia for the $10 super chat. Snapple drink fund. Honestly, might need that. Alright, we'll go back to the 3-cam view. Connor will be bottom left. Anything coming from Rochester, Minnesota? Probably not tonight. Probably not tonight. Thank you all, Brendan for the $5 super chat. On vacation in the Outer Banks. Thanks for helping keeping my parents safe in Harbison, Delaware. Well, I'm glad I can help. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, back over in Harbison. No concern anymore other than just wind. And honestly, the tornado threat has really gotten low. If we had a tornado, it'd be very weak. I think it's mostly a wind threat right now going into Belltown. So, not as significant. They have updated the tornado warning. It is still radar indicated. Hey, Kurt for the $50 super chat to help for the new studio. Really appreciate that, Kurt. W's in the chat for Kurt. It's very generous. $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. All right, we got a couple more cameras coming up that may have a view of the wind. I'm going to try to pull them up here. Yeah, again, if there's a tornado, it's very low chance there is one, but it'll be coming up into Belltown over the next few minutes and then going towards Lewes. The tornado threat, though, is much lower. Also, across the board, the severe weather threat along the East Coast is done in about an hour. I don't think there'll be much more left in about an hour from now. Again, just be prepared for damaging winds. That's really the biggest concern. Still a low chance of a tornado. Actually, a little attempt at rotation north of Red Oak, North Carolina, but very low chance that produces anything. Looking to see if there's anything else of concern right now. The storms in North Dakota, all the outflow boundaries shot off, and they've, for the most part, all just fallen apart here. Back up in North Dakota. Maybe do this camera here. Back to our tornado warning. There's a flooding threat that is increasing right now inside of our tornado warning. The roadways are starting to flood a little bit. Trying to get a camera that actually shows that. There's again, there is an elevated flood risk along the East Coast. We don't have a flash flood warning yet in this area, but doesn't even look like this camera is actually loading. Try a different one. This is inside of the tornado warning. Wind's picking up a little bit here. This back over west of Luz. See the tree starting to sway as well. Hey, Jessica for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and Linda for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Edward with the PayPal donation. Is the computer I sent you one of the new setups? I don't think you sent me a computer, but you sent me like a motherboard, or somebody sent me a motherboard. If you're talking about the motherboard, it is not right now. It'll probably go into a different computer. This camera just went down too. Cameras are going in and out right now. But again, highest winds going to be moving right into Belltown and Quakertown and Luz over the next few minutes. I think the biggest concern right now is damaging winds. I really do not see there being much of a tornado risk at this point as this continues to move offshore in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Flash flooding is becoming more of a concern, especially since these storms are slowly drifting east, and then there's also motion coming from south to north that's kind of training the storms from south to north right now. So the flash flooding threat increasing a little bit. We have no flash flood warnings in effect for most of Maryland and Delaware, other than the Wilmington area, but I do think one may be needed back over near Georgetown if these storms train a little bit more. Back over in Wilmington, we've had major flash flooding here recently. Flash flood warning is currently in effect, a considerable flash flood threat for Wilmington, Chester, back through Philadelphia, and also near Trenton, we now have a flash flood warning. So if you're back over in Trenton, flash flood warning is in effect. Low-lying areas could be impacted by this flooding threat that continues to evolve. But yeah, I don't see anything really that tornadic at this point with this line of storms anymore. It's gotten a lot less concerning in my opinion. So it's at least good news. Hey, John, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Wind is picking up again back over in our tornado warning in Delaware. Camera's kind of in and out. Try to refresh it again. Should start to see the weather pick up here in a second as well on this camera. Connor, just a moment ago, had dust going across the road back over in Ainsworth, Nebraska with the line of storms. This is a camera back over in Quakertown, Delaware. It should have a view of the high winds coming in here in a moment. It's actually a pretty good view. This is a skyline view. Got the lightning out there in the middle of your screen, kind of flashing in the clouds. The wind is beginning to pick up here. Tornado warning goes for 10 more minutes, by the way. We have a tornado. It would be on the northwest side of Quakertown. And there's some sort of emergency vehicle there. Is Max going to cover hurricanes as well? We are working hard to make sure that we have a good setup for hurricanes this season. We're doing some stuff a little bit differently this season. You guys will see when it comes, but we're working hard on a really good hurricane setup, which will probably end up translating also into like severe streams too. But we are actively working hard for a very, very, in my opinion, really good hurricane setup. Our camera's a little bit slow to load. We'll go back to that in a second. But again, back over near Luz and Quakertown, there's still a low chance of a tornado. We got about 4 minutes until this is fully offshore. The tornado warning goes for 8 more minutes. This is a live shot again inside of our tornado warning, which, for whatever reason, these cameras have been a little bit slow, but there has been frequent lightning, and also there's still a low chance of a tornado. Wind's been picking up as well. Also, we have a report back over in Fort Lumpton, Colorado from earlier. There was a short-lived rope landspout that lasted about 1 minute. We had a landspout, which technically is a tornado. That happened earlier. I have just updated the tornado warning here for Delaware. It's been condensed a little bit further. It literally goes for about 5 more minutes, or sorry, 7 more minutes. See it update in a second on the bottom right of your screen. You can see all the water coming down too. We're starting to at least get some minor puddling on the roadways. This will end up leading to flooding here soon as well. I'm wearing my signed 1 million subscriber hat. W, appreciate that. Thank you, Rose Red, for the 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Rose Red. Got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Rose Red in the chat. Also, thank you, John, for becoming a member. We have another camera, it looks like, with crazy winds. 1 second, guys. We're pulling up another one. This is in Peddler's Village, which is near Lewes. Look at this, by the way, bottom right of your screen. This is now offshore, but we actually got a little couplet in the bay. That could be a water spout or a fishnado. It's been pretty calm there. It was possibly a little bit crazier a minute ago. Keep that bottom right of your screen. I've been in Dover, and there's a lot of lightning. Yeah, Dover's pretty much done, other than just the rain threat, which could lead to flash flooding. But a lot of the rain has been pretty light there, for the most part. We now have a observed flash flood warning for Richmond. We are currently sitting at 25 flash flood warnings, by the way. All the green boxes that you see are flash flood warnings all the way from Greensboro and even near Charlotte back up towards Philadelphia. Most major flooding today has been mainly around Philadelphia and Wilmington. So that is so far where the worst of our flooding has been. We also have a huge line of storms that is now formed back over in the Great Plains. You can actually look at the MRMS radar also on the Radar Mega app. You can see all the storms literally stretching from Bismarck and also the I-94 corridor all the way back through just north of North Platte. It's many broken segments of storms here, but generally speaking, again, all these are producing significant damaging winds, and I would fully expect that these storms will impact areas like Sioux Falls, Fargo, and eventually going towards Omaha later this evening with damaging winds possibly as high as 80 miles per hour. Highest wind gust so far was 80 miles per hour, so we've had some pretty high winds already out of this line, and this is continuing to track to the east right now. Bottom left of your screen is Connor Croft, who's currently on the storms in northern Nebraska that are currently producing damaging winds that are also outflow dominant. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's near I-94 near Gackle. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. There's an interesting area here of contamination north of Streeter that is not rotation. Almost all the storms now are outflow dominant, so. All right, Riley has an update. We'll see if this works. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So obviously, we are not at our normal setup today. I'm at my house in Minnesota, so hopefully everything works. But I did want to briefly mention the flash flooding risk on the East Coast today. The reason that we did see that moderate risk is because we have a lot of rain occurring on already saturated soils. What this means is there's no additional area for any rainfall that could happen today to go. So it's basically just going to sit on the ground. And that's why we do have over 20 flash flood warnings in that area, is because we are seeing more rain on these saturated soils. The only thing that that rain can do is pool up on the ground and or run off. So that's what we're seeing happen right now.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is kind of a little overview of our flooding. Obviously, we've had major flooding already today. We still have a moderate risk of excessive rainfall that is in place. This is your risk outlined. It's not as large as before, but the moderate risk does go from Philadelphia and as well as Wilmington, Delaware, back into Greensboro, North Carolina. So excessive rainfall could still lead to flooding here across this entire area over the next few hours, and this could even linger into tomorrow, so definitely be ready for that. And these are also areas, as Riley alluded to, that are already very saturated. So they've already seen a lot of rain, especially from Tropical Storm Chantel back over in North Carolina. We've seen a lot of rain there. All right, tornado warning officially expires in 3 minutes. I don't think they're going to extend this tornado warning. Something to keep an eye on, though. We could actually get a tornado warning here soon going towards Cape May and Willwood. That is in southern, I believe that is, yeah, that's southern New Jersey. So going across the Delaware Bay right now, we got 2 couplets offshore that are both capable of producing fish nados, and we may get a tornado warning at some point down the road as that tracks up in the direction of Cape May. Wind's actually picking up right now back over here near Lewes. We had a tornado be in this general area. Again, I don't think there's a tornado here, but winds are definitely picking up here. It's definitely around 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Trees and power lines could come down from winds like this. A little bit calmer now. Looks like the camera may have just gone down. It's a different camera. This one actually has good view of the wind as well. This is on Plantation in Warrington. Got quite a bit of people out there still. This is in Sussex County. This is DE24 Plantation in Warrington. Hey, Wayne, for the gifted membership. Right in the heart of Lewes right here, or right there. Yeah, the worst of the wind is literally just been going through Lewes over the last couple minutes. I think the worst of it is just passed over. Tornado warning officially expires in 2 seconds. And we no longer have a tornado warning. Still pretty windy here. We got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one's going to be across Nebraska, South Dakota, and a little bit of North Dakota. Swaths of severe wind remains possible with multiple mesoscale convective systems tonight. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then also hail as large as 2.5 inches in diameter is going to be possible. Say, look at the storm back over Ainsworth, Nebraska, that is currently outflow dominant. But huge storm here. It's had a huge shelf cloud for quite some time. Really, the next thing for the East Coast will be back over New Jersey. There is a chance of a tornado as that line moves further to the east. I'll keep that bottom right of your screen. This line here is producing damaging winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, there's almost no lightning on this, so the moment it gets dark, the chase is chalked. I haven't seen a lightning strike in a long time. That structure's getting better and
Hey,
better.
Kristen, excuse me, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Wow. You need to find a road that goes this way so I can get some shots without the power lines. They ruin my picture.
Very cool shelf cloud out here in the northern Nebraska. I don't think this is technically the Sandhills, but northern Nebraska. It has been producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour at times.
Wow.
Getting better?
Yeah, dude. Wow.
Oh yeah, it looks nice on the side camera now.
Does it?
Yeah. Nice. Back camera going there.
This is back over
Better, guys.
in Lewes, Delaware again. The wind is picking up once again. I think the camera may... it's actually picking up again. Another view as well. Wind's been pretty strong here for the last several minutes. I'm surprised there's no severe warning, to be honest. They don't even have a special weather statement. Still Sussex County, Delaware. Still pretty windy.
What the heck?
We need to find us a little spot to pull over.
This is unbelievable looking shelf cloud. You got like little swirls back in this line too. Once again, Connor Croft. He's also live inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below.
Huh?
On iOS and Android.
On both sides now.
No. We just need a little road to pull over right here.
Yeah, I think there's one up there. I see a line.
The road just bends. I can't connect to Starlink either.
Am I good in South Dakota North? What does that mean? If you're in South Dakota, we still got the line of storms coming. Depends on where you are, but eastern and central South Dakota still dealing with a large damaging wind threat, bottom right of your screen.
Dude,
Huge line of storms.
that guy.
There's a lake down the road.
Not only is there a road to view, but there's a lake as well.
That's where?
Right down here. Right there.
Lake down there. Oh, it's
Let me do this. Let's do
Lines. You point that way. Unless you
back over once again to Lewes, Delaware. Lewes, Delaware is still windy. Multiple live shots of the wind just continuing to stay strong here. It's actually unbelievable. It's been like literally consistently windy for about 10 minutes now. There's no severe warning here. There are special marine warnings. The highest winds should be approaching Cape May in New Jersey here in a few minutes. But still staying strong in Lewes, Delaware.
Alright,
That was loud. This is back to Connor on the Shelf Cloud in Nebraska.
lake's pretty far.
Finally a member? Appreciate you becoming a member. Is it Lewes? Is it Lewes, Delaware?
wow. There's a lot of lightning picking up in it too.
One of the more beautiful shelf clouds that we've seen this year.
Whoa!
What?
There's literally no precip either with this thing.
Right out ahead of it.
There was a guy who looked back in the mirror a minute ago, and there was one too, so we can get some of those consistently going too.
Yeah, guys, this is gonna be pretty photogenic.
Okay.
How's Connor doing? I don't know. You have to ask him. I think he's doing fine.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how he's
Dude,
feeling.
This looks sick. This like turned out way better than I thought it would.
I'd have to I think he's doing fine though. Somebody just asked in the chat what's going on with Dude, why is it so loud? Somebody's asking in the chat about the 3 lines near Austin. This right here is an outflow boundary. And this is bats, actually. We got the bats taking off near New Braunfels and Converse back over in Texas. There's a little bat ring, so all the bats are taken off. This happens right around sunset pretty much every night on radar, so... kind of shooting away from, again, the radar. You can actually see the velocities, too, and you can see how they're going away from, like, that little center point, so... pretty interesting. Holy, look at this. Look at Connor's view of this storm. This shelf cloud is insane right now in Nebraska.
Could very kind of snake out here.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's honestly
So
way better shelf
curved.
than I thought we were gonna get.
Looks like so perfect almost. It's crazy.
Oh, is the end right here?
Hmm?
Looks like the lines might end right here.
They do.
Alright, we'll keep him bottom middle of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Montgomery County, Pennsylvania on I-76 eastbound. There is flash flooding that's starting to impact the roadway. They have gone ahead and issued a lane restriction, so I believe they're down to 1 lane traffic on parts of I-76 eastbound in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So flash flooding continues to be a concern, especially over in Pennsylvania. We have, again, a slew of flash flood warnings right now around Philadelphia. Rain has not stopped either. It is still actively raining in this area. If we go over to the storm total precip, some spots have picked up already. Radar estimated between 3 to 5 inches of rain near Wilmington. Moderate risk of excessive rainfall does remain in place. This is back over to Nebraska. One of the
Shelf cloud here.
more beautiful shots of a shelf cloud that we've had this year. Max, fix your mic inputs? Are you talking about me or Riley's mic? Riley's mic can't be fixed. He's in a different place today. Talking about mine, then I don't know what you're talking about. I think my mic is good.
Whoa. Sweet shot right here. Watch for CGs, guys.
Any shame? We did have shame earlier. Near Annapolis. Once again, live. Back over in Nebraska. Beautiful shelf cloud.
Gosh dang, dude.
Is Riley in the bathroom? He is not in the bathroom.
Why is it? It's freaking huge. Look at this thing, chat. Coming at us.
Oh, is Connor's audio good? Let me know. We're in a different studio. We got like different settings, so I just want to make sure the audio is good volume. I can't personally tell fully.
Bro is mogging the shelf cloud. Yeah, in honor of John Hughes.
Audio's good? Alright. We're in Nebraska. This is just south of Ainsworth and Bassett. A lot of storms still producing around 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. I mean, it's a beautiful view, especially in like literally almost the middle of nowhere. There's just fields here. Beautiful. Those poor horses in New Mexico. What happened to the horses in New Mexico? Did something happen?
Woo! Here we
Outside
go.
of the homes flowing downstream? In case you guys didn't already see, this was yesterday in Ruidoso, New Mexico, from the extreme flooding event that happened. We didn't show this in today's video because I kind of forgot. But this is what happened yesterday around like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This unfortunately cost the lives of 3 different people, including 2 children. And this is just a little glimpse of the flooding. I mean, the river literally went from like 2 feet to like 20 feet in a matter of like 25 minutes. So it rose really quickly. That was yesterday again in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Back over to Connor underneath the shelf cloud near Answorth in Nebraska. Yeah, flooding, I mean, again, flooding in that area has been terrible. Flooding has just been absolutely terrible back over in Ruidoso. We've had, like, I think 14 or 19 flash flood emergencies ever since the beginning of last year. Like, we've had that many flash flood emergencies there. That's insane. Like, flash flood emergencies are hardly ever happen for most places. So, hey, Tater for the super chat. We do not. We did at one point, but not anymore. Also, this is right up page. They're back up
Not
in
too
North
shabby.
Dakota right
Pretty
now.
cool, guys.
Not too shabby at all.
It's about
Back up in Medina. This is where we're having. This is near 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. It's going into Gackle, Jamestown, and Edgeley in the next 20 minutes or so.
Can't tell if it's doing that or if it's trying to stay semi-discreet.
it's hard to tell if it's radar.
Far away.
Max, your Uber Eats is there, and then somebody else just said DoorDash has arrived. I'm actively ordering IHOP. Go figure.
There's 70 observed in that.
That's again Tornado Pagey. Line of storms right now is still producing widespread 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds from I-94 west of Jamestown all the way back over into Nebraska. Again, these are all different segments of storms. None of them are all the same. They're all kind of different clusters that have developed. Pretty broken line of thunderstorms for the most part. Once again, if you're back over near like Sioux Falls, Sioux City, or Omaha tonight, definitely have ways to receive warnings. I do think storms will make it there. Whether they're severe or not is kind of to be determined, but they probably will be. Also, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Wildwood, Lower Township, and as well as Cape May in New Jersey. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this just to the south of Upper Township. And main area of rotation that we're looking at is actually offshore, but it's going to be moving into Cape May over the next minute or two, and then going into Wildwood. A decent view of the storm here in North Dakota. This is again Tornado Pagey. I'm off to the right.
Red light.
Thank Christina for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that.
So many colors.
Definitely ominous skies off to the right. I don't think there's really much of a tornado risk with these storms anymore, but...
Look, it even has like a little base.
My cousin just bought a house in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Hopefully they're not near the river. The river is just crazy. It's been crazy for like a year now. Bottom right of your screen is where they're basically located. They're right there, looking to the south right now. Tons of lightning on these storms as well. Back over to the shelf cloud as well in Nebraska. Oh, there was that button. I clicked too many buttons. Shelf cloud, they're kind of underneath it now, but they're next to the shelf cloud in Nebraska still, or Answorth. We go back to them in a second. We'll go back to Tornado Pagey.
It reminds me of Mound City.
Oh, yeah, afterwards.
What a weird, cool, like, sunset kind of thing.
By the way, this is... I do want to talk about this briefly while they're still positioning on that storm. This is the SVC outlook for the rest of tonight. So again, we got 2 slight risks of severe weather in place. Still got 1 across the northern and central plains, and then 1 along the east coast. And then on top of that, the tornado threat has been removed, which so far we haven't really had much of a tornado risk other than the storm that was back over there on the east coast, back over in Delaware, which produced, we think, at least briefly. Tomorrow's risk of severe weather is almost identical to today's. It's almost in the same exact areas. Slightly further to the east in the Great Plains, I do think our better concentration of severe weather will be Nebraska, Iowa, even parts of Kansas and Colorado. We got another slight risk also along the east coast and the Carolinas. I do think tomorrow is a stream day. We do have a 2% tornado risk in place right now, which does include a pretty large chunk of Nebraska, central Iowa as well. And so I do think there's at least a chance for a couple of tornadoes, maybe even a few tornadoes in this area. We're going to have like a little mesoscale convective vortex that'll be spinning, so that'll help to potentially produce a few tornadoes here in the central plains and back into the Midwest. And then on Friday, the threat of severe weather continues from the Midwest all the way back into the high plains. I think we also have a potential stream day on Friday. So all days look to be potential stream days, at least through Friday, maybe even into Saturday. I want to quickly just touch on the future radar since this has just come out for tomorrow for the HRRR model. Let's go and pull that up real quick. This is what it looks like tomorrow morning, pretty much just dry. Tomorrow afternoon, we got some storms firing off in the Nebraska Sandhills, and then a few storms will try to fire around this mesoscale convective vortex. It honestly looks really messy tomorrow, but we may see a tornado or two, so we're going to be on standby for a potential live stream tomorrow as well. Same thing with Friday. This is what Friday looks like right now. And in my opinion, Friday, we easily could see at least a slight. We already have a slight, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised with an enhanced risk of severe weather for parts of Iowa, even Kansas City, northwest Missouri, and eastern Nebraska. May see a few tornadoes. I do think it's in play that we could see a few tornadoes on Friday. So definitely stay weather aware. I think Friday could be a bigger day. We're going to have another mesoscale convective vortex, damaging winds, hail, perhaps even a few tornadoes in play. Our significant tornado parameter values, the highest in southern Iowa and northern Missouri. I would fully expect at least a 2% tornado risk, if not a 5%. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. I'd even see a little bit of something over in Michigan, too. Michigan does some weird things sometimes. Hey, Rock, for the $10 super chat. For whatever reason, the NAM shows this really high area of STP values in Iowa tomorrow and Friday. I don't fully agree with tomorrow, but if we get a proper mesoscale convective vortex and there isn't like a whole lot of like convection out in front of it, we easily could see multiple tornadoes, but hard to tell.
Wow. It's getting brighter
Beautiful
now.
rainbow out here. This back over in Medina, North Dakota.
I know. This is gorgeous. We got the sunset, we got a rainbow, we got cool lightning. Wow. Last one of the pot of gold, the rotten egg. Wow, it's really pretty over here too. Double rainbow over here and over there. Come on, guys, I'll show you. Look at that! Wow!
Double rainbow out here in Medina, North Dakota. Is it Medina? Medina. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. As well. I'm in Michigan and doing weird Michigan things. We've had 2 tornado warnings in Michigan over the last like 3 or 4 days.
Thank you! Thank you! Oh, thank you.
Whoa! I got cloud ground lightning right next to the rainbow. Hey, Rock for the super chat. Somebody, yeah, if somebody's in the VC right now, can somebody screenshot that lightning and rainbow about a minute ago. See if we can get a screenshot of that. Thank you, Rock, for another super chat. Rainbow emergency has been issued. It's an extremely colorful and beautiful situation. Basically, this is honestly a beautiful rainbow. This is the second rainbow that we've had on stream today. We had one with John McKinney earlier, too. This is also pretty cool. This is Connor Croft. That's not Connor Croft. This is Connor Croft back over in just south of Ainsworth, Nebraska. Look at the sun setting. Got very bright orange there on the right side of your screen.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Party time in Iowa.
Did I hear a cat? I did not hear a cat? No, I don't think so.
Dude, wait, so is the NAM crazy all the way over here? How are they crazy?
We just extended the severe warning on the storm in North Dakota, just south of Jamestown near Edgeley for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's this storm here that is producing PDS rainbows right now. Once again, Connor Croft and Tornado Pagey are both inside of the Radar Omega app. You can watch them inside the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is the weather app we're currently using on today's stream. We've been using it for literally years now. Tons of features, including storm chasers that you can watch inside of the app. Hey, Neil, for the super chat. I don't know what alto you're talking about. I don't know what state you're talking about. You got a double rainbow still. You got a double rainbow on the left side of your screen.
That is what you don't do in a storm.
Hey, Michelle, for the super chat from Mineola, Florida.
Dead deer or something.
Was there shame? Oh, I wasn't looking. Trying to find something, I can't find it. This is a shot of the rainbow and lightning that we had a moment ago. Pretty cool. Can't really see the rainbow fully. It kind of gets blurred out a little bit, but nonetheless, still a pretty cool shot. Really happened right next to the rainbow, right next to the pot of gold. This is still, again, producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, approaching Jamestown. It's also going towards Aberdeen, Miller, and we also got a line of storms going through Platte. That's also producing 70 mile per hour damaging winds. So again, across the board, still a widespread threat of damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. No warnings right now in Nebraska, all special weather statements, so all the storms down there are currently strong. We're going to lose visibility on this rainbow in the next minute or two. Still got it, at least for now. Thank you, James, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And we no longer have a rainbow. It is gone. This is John McKinney. He's back over in White Lake, South Dakota, on that line of storms. Got the sun setting again in the background there. Can't believe how late the sun sets up here. It sets in Florida at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, I'm pretty sure. It sets up here at like 9:30.
I'm trying to cut down in front of this line. Thunderstorms. First one here is severe warning, so.
Hey, Sue, for the $5 super chat. I'm in 45 minutes north of Atlanta, and the lightning and thunder is picking up. Yeah, there's actually been storms back over in Atlanta. We've had a flash flood warning in effect for the Atlanta area. It goes for 28 more minutes. It looks like they're going to allow that one to end here soon. Got a little bit of lightning, though, near Athens. Just strong storms, though, across the board. Nothing really that severe. Still got flash flood warnings in effect for a large chunk of North Carolina. Unfortunately, I think the flash flooding threat is only going to get worse in North Carolina tonight. Again, we have a lot of rain that is just kind of training right now. So flash flooding threat is definitely rapidly increasing still. Back over in North Carolina, mainly near Winston-Salem. And also back over near High Point, and also Greensboro and Asheboro. And we only have one severe warning left at this point along the East Coast. That is south of Atlantic City. And that one, honestly, probably won't go for much longer. It's just 70 or 60 mile per hour damaging winds. There's a tornado possible warning on this. But other than that, I mean, again, the line of storms is not as intense as before. Mainly just gusty winds. But yeah, I'm not really seeing much of a tornado threat right now. Mostly wind. And the main concern at this point has shifted to the Great Plains. This entire line right now is producing damaging winds somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Got a few areas that are kind of broken up that aren't severe, but generally speaking, most of this line is severe right now. Back over to Tornado Pagey, who is underneath our storm near Jamestown now, which has been producing PDS rainbows. There's bottom right of your screen. They're located right here, so they just got out in front of it. Hey, Scat, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. PDS rainbows? It is not actually a thing, but we're calling them PDS rainbows. Also, this is the remnants of that shelf cloud back over in Nebraska. Don't really have much of a shelf anymore. Still a ton of lightning on the storm in Nebraska. It's Connor Croft. The rainbow watch has expired.
Say, man, I want to go throw a football.
Me too.
Imagine if we have rainbow watches.
We'll be there.
That'd basically be any time of the day when there's rain and sun.
It all depends, chat. Tomorrow it completely, entirely depends on what tonight's convection does. Entirely dependent on
it. Hey, Boozy for the super chat. When the storms hit Omaha, we can do a little future radar. Let me pull up the future radar. Keep it on Connor for a moment, then I'll pull it up. Background. Alright, here's the future radar for tonight. Alicia? It's the future radar for tonight. Omaha, probably around 1 in the morning, if I had to guess. 12, 1 o'clock. A lot of storms will still be going. I don't think it's going to be as intense as it is now. But we'll probably at least have some gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds. Likely moving to Iowa early tomorrow morning. The biggest thing, and Connor alluded to this too, but like whatever happens with tonight's convection, I do think will play a big factor into what happens tomorrow. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, we should have a better idea what's going to happen tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow, in my opinion, has the potential to produce at least a few tornadoes, but it's going to come down to what happens tonight and also tomorrow's storm mode. I mean, the HRRR right now is showing a really messy setup across the board. It is showing a really messy setup. I mean, you can just see showers and storms basically everywhere. Not really much of anything organized. Got a little mesoscale convective vortex, you know, that's in this area around like 7, 8 o'clock. That'll help to increase vorticity and spin. But, you know, across the board, tomorrow is going to come down to what happens tonight. So,
vortex. So it comes from a wind
so back to Tornado Pagey. Left side of your screen, nice little sunset view as well. Hey, Nicholas for the super chat. What are the chances of large ham? What? What do you mean? Did I make a tweet this morning that had an issue or something? I'm pretty sure something did happen this morning. I kind of forgot about it.
Also, thank you guys for getting us to 134.
What was it yesterday? It was
Yeah,
one of these days.
100 likes too. Thank you guys so much.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice this. This is from yesterday, one of my tweets on Twitter. Severe weather continues today across the Central Plains and East Coast with damaging winds and large ham being possible. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice that. It's a photo that was just sent in by Mally Cat's Vlogs on Twitter. Some cool clouds in West Des Moines tonight. Sent in back over in Des Moines, Iowa, which Des Moines is under the gun for isolated to scattered severe weather tomorrow, including a potential for an isolated tornado. So this is an area that we're keeping an eye on tomorrow. Not gonna lie, I didn't even notice that typo though. I saw something about that, I think, this morning. I just kind of forgot about it. A lot of stuff going on today. Really scared of a large ham. Imagine if we had ham-sized hail. Hey, downforce with the $20 super chat. Do storm chasers let emergency services know not to help them? Do storm chasers let emergency? Usually any emergency service will usually help people out, like if they need it, so. Usually storm chasers, like, allow them to do their thing.
Alright, Chad, I'm gonna be real. This thing's dying. This thing's dead. We're gonna start heading east for tomorrow. We want to get to a spot where we can wake up and make it there in time in case it does start to pan out. So this stuff is cooked.
It's cooked.
So the chase is pretty much over.
Connor's putting the fries in the bag.
Honestly, it could have been worse. Could have been a worse chase. The shelf cloud is pretty much gone.
Oh, by the way, thank you, Downface, for the $50 super chat earlier.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
MCB's
Really appreciate that. Everybody's in the chat.
Kind of small scale tornado outbreaks.
Downforce. I
That's
appreciate
what
the super
MCBs
chat.
do. Yeah, fries are in the back. Abby's right. The fries are in the bag, guys. Without a doubt. So we're gonna put the fries in the bag here, wrap up the stream.
Huge shout out to Downforce with the $100 super chat. That was in the chat for Downforce. Really appreciate the generosity. Saying steamed hams. Okay, thank you, Donna, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Your water tastes like grass. It does. I have not had my water in a while for a reason. It literally tastes like grass for some reason. I don't understand why. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Yeah, generally speaking, again, the threat of severe weather is mostly a wind at this point. We don't have anything tornadic. I don't think we're going to see another tornado tonight. I think the tornado threat has already run its course. The only chance we had of a tornado was if those storms stayed discreet, didn't get caught up to the outflow boundaries. We end up having a brief tornado in North Dakota, but generally speaking, it's been mostly a wind threat since then. So, good news across the board. I think tomorrow might be a bit different, though. I do think tomorrow's tornado threat will be a little bit more elevated. What kind of grass? I don't know. It just tastes like grass. It tastes weird. I have no clue why. I've never had water that tastes like this. My plan is to not drink it. My plan is not to keep drinking it. Tap water in Florida is terrible. Yeah, I mean, I've had pretty good luck with water, but for whatever reason, this water is just terrible. For whatever reason. Very strange. New severe thunderstorm warning back up near Leeds in North Dakota. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar-sized hail. And a few storms exploding back up here near Devil's Lake over the last few minutes. Whenever I visit Florida, I use bottled water. It's most of the time what people do. Usually what people do. Personally, I just haven't had problems up until literally today, so. Hey, Mackenzie, for the 3 months. Any updates on Melissa, Texas? There's just some pop-up storms, some gusty winds, some lightning. Really not much beyond that. This is John McKinney back over in Stickney, South Dakota. Got the line of storms coming in right now. We're producing scattered damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. He's bottom middle of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking to the northwest of Aberdeen, South Dakota right now. There's a localized wind surge. It's actually just barely south, or now it's basically on the line of the severe thunderstorm warning that we have. This isn't something that should produce a tornado because it's so outflow dominant. You can actually see the outflow boundary. They did just go ahead and warn that as I was talking about it. This is going to be a very strong pocket of winds. We may even see something like a microburst as we see the wind sort of get forced all the way down to the surface from the upper levels of the storm. So Aberdeen, let's be ready for some maybe localized areas of higher winds. It's warned for 60, but I would not be surprised if we see a 70 to 75 mile per hour wind gust out of this.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we're looking at a new severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen, South Dakota. 60 mile per hour damaging winds are possible. Again, debris could go flying, so stay away from windows if you are inside of that severe thunderstorm warning. Downforce for another $10 or $11 super chat. There's a new steamed ham warning. Appreciate the super chat. Love both of your new backgrounds. That is not Riley's new background. He is just temporarily there. He does not have a new background. He's currently gone from the studio. I mean, for the record, this isn't even the permanent studio. I mean, this is just temporary. It'll be more permanent probably in a few months. But this is also pretty much temporary. But we have upgraded the studio, obviously. We now have 8 monitors. So, it's vastly better than our last studio.
And somewhat southeast. Now we're going south, so the storm is catching us as I'm going south, directly in front of it. So instead of working diagonally to get up
Beautiful
to
sunset
the
with the
storm,
shelf cloud out in the horizon.
to get away from the storm.
Is Bismarck, North Dakota good for tonight? Yeah, you guys are good. Worst of it has passed you.
Because that will slow me down, and I have a long way to go, so I don't want to be stuck in the rain for a long time.
Texas Rangers fan? Not really. I just have the shirt I got from Costco like forever ago. I still have it. Is that a new apartment? It is not. I get your Facebook message? I mean, I'll look after the stream, but I don't always look at Facebook messages. Definitely look after stream though.
Let's see. Got a few things down. There we go.
Hey, Fly High for the super chat. How does one figure storm motion and callouts with the highs and lows? You mean like storm motion as in like figuring out how a storm like moves? I don't know what you exactly mean by that. If you're talking about like how to determine what direction a storm is moving, I mean, you could also just look at the radar frames, but another thing we look at too is hodographs, and there's something called bunkers right, bunkers left, which is something that is used more for supercells and such, but that at least gives you an idea of storm motion. It gives you at least a vector of where a storm would typically go, depending on if it's a left or a right mover. So, I mean, these storms aren't really in that kind of scenario, but if we had anything discrete, like, we'd be able to kind of just determine it based off that, which would be based off hodographs. Which hodographs basically show you the wind profiles throughout the entire atmosphere, so. Need downforce for another super chat. Just subscribe to your channel recently, and I love your work. Appreciate that. Is that a derecho? It is not a derecho. No, this is not even close to being widespread enough. It's just a large, broken line of storms that's producing some scattered, damaging winds, basically. Tornado threat is pretty much zero. It's all outflow dominant. It should weaken over the next few hours. I wouldn't really expect this to intensify a whole lot, but it will at least stay around the level it's at right now for the next hour or two. And it'll weaken later this evening. What's going on in Keller, Texas? Just some pop-up storms, nothing severe. Some gusty winds, a little bit of lightning. Pretty typical for this time of the year. Need cold for the 2 months. Would you consider making videos on reading radar? I've had a lot of people ask me that. I probably will at some point. I just have not had time to get around to it. I've been asked that a ton recently. Love to see radar videos so I can understand what you're looking for. Yeah, I think we'll probably do one at some point. I just have, again, have had no time to do it. Another huge shout out to Downface with another $100 super chat. That was in the chat for, or Downforce, I keep saying Downface. Downforce with another $100 super chat. Why are you doing YouTube and not weather research? It's just what I do. I mean, weather research and YouTube are vastly different things. Like broadcast media versus weather research are vastly different. I don't know why I keep saying Downface. I'm not, my glasses are terrible. I need to get new glasses. I'm the glasses. I think I'm just going crazy. Yeah, weather research is very different. Like, very, very different. I like the broadcast aspect of things, so what I like to aim for. For the 3 months.
Now I gotta go east.
Need somebody like Max streaming. I've learned so much from this channel. The W.
Pretty much everyone does.
Don't forget, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Also, don't forget, we are on Discord, Twitter, and Facebook. All of those are at MaxVelocityWX. Our Discord server is also linked in the description. I recommend you check it out. We are coming up on hurricane season. Interestingly enough, not far from hurricane season ramping up. Kind of crazy how fast the spring has gone by. But hurricane season is literally right around the corner. We are closing in on it. This is the CFS accumulated Supercell composite parameters over the next couple weeks. Really not looking at a super active weather pattern, I don't think, other than like the northern plains. Like northern plains going into mid to late July will probably stay active. Midwest too. But yeah, southeast, we're watching for the tropics. There is a low chance of development over the next 15 days in the Gulf, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Hey, Victoria for the 1 month. Nothing in the tropics yet, but I do think there's a chance of development in about a week. That's the time frame that we're currently looking at. Benches. We're gonna have to get a bench cam. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I was actually going to talk about hurricanes real quick because or I guess many of you probably don't know, there is actually two people who are sort of in charge of forecasting tropical weather. Obviously, the National Hurricane Center does it within a 0 to 7 day time frame, but we actually have the Climate Prediction Center as well that puts out a little bit further in the future outlooks. And much like you were saying, they are expecting some development in the week 2 region, so that's July 16th to July 22nd. They actually have the Gulf highlighted in the Climate Prediction Center's hurricane outlook for some sort of tropical development. So this is something that not only you're catching on to, but they're already tracking this as well. And once it does get into the 7-day period, this is something that the National Hurricane Center will start highlighting. We're just a little bit outside of that right now, and that's why the Climate Prediction Center is talking about it and not the National Hurricane Center.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, there is a low chance of development. They've given it at least a 20 to 40% chance of a tropical depression basically forming or greater back over in the northern Gulf, which again would basically be this region. So it's not imminent, but it's something we're keeping an eye out for, you know, in the more of the long term more than anything. Also, this is a rainbow photo from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton back over in Cleveland, North Dakota at about 9:17 p.m. Central Time. The lightning strike as well. Beautiful shot there. A hand for letters for the super chat, and Jason for the $10 super chat. Also, super chat from Jamestown. That's what it looks like right now in North Dakota. I think overall the North Dakota storms are mostly just wind and hail. I know these storms went up really quickly near Fort Totten and also back over near Devil's Lake, but generally speaking, nothing more than hail and wind really out of these. I don't think the tornado risk is there anymore. And then back over in Jamestown, biggest concern with these is damaging winds. It's probably dark out there, probably a good amount of lightning too, but damaging winds really the biggest concern. Bradley's backdrop looks like a mattress box spring. It actually kind of does. What reflectivity table you use? You can actually download it. It's on our Discord server, which is linked down below. That's the only way to download it. That's the only place that we have it at right now. Thank you, AJ, for becoming a moderate velocity member. How's Houston, Texas looking tonight? I think you guys are chilling. Meteorologist Tim Kelly follows you. I know. I literally met him for when he was here for my graduation like 2 months ago. What's your favorite color? I want to send you fan mail. Blue. Blue and red are the top two, but blue typically. My favorite. Hey, Downforce for another $15 super chat. Appreciate the super chat.
All right. Coming to the town of Armour.
John McKinney, by the way, currently located near Delmont in South Dakota. It's on the very far southern side of this line. back to live right here. Rate new setup 0 to 10. Yeah, you guys should actually rate the new setup 0 to 10 in the chat. 10 being the best, and then 1 being the worst. You can compare it to the last studio too. This is, again, the new studio setup. This is what it looks like, if you guys don't already know. Oh, fuck. Does not include Riley, by the way, but this is the new setup. Has 8 monitors, 2 lights. It's basically double the amount of monitors that we had before. Riley literally built the setup and he's rating it a 1, so I guess he's just a bad employee. Wow. Bro built like most of what is here, or at least set it up. Got a lot of 8s, 10s. The only thing that some people have pointed out is like there's no decoration on the back wall, but I don't know if we're going to even add the YouTube play button back there. I don't even know if it makes sense. I don't know. I've thought about putting more decoration behind me, but I'm kind of hesitant on it. We're going to write Riley's background. Put a top left of your screen. That's his background. What are we writing this? Put your ratings in the chat for his background. This is, by the way, temporary. It is not permanent, but imagine if it was permanent. Need more fan mail pics of the background? We got negative numbers? Holy. Wow, that's bad. I mean, it literally looks like the back of a mattress, so. Underneath of a mattress behind him. I don't know who came up with that curtain design, for the record. Hey, Ron, or Rom for the $5 super chat. Sioux Falls, isolated damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. That's the biggest concern. Hey, Quintella for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, it basically is. Hey, Allison for the $20, sorry, 20-pound super chat. The new layout helps. It's gonna be good. You can put up pictures of cheese curd. Not good. It is possible. Is the first new studio gritty? Wow, we haven't done a gritty in like probably 5 or 6 months now. Been a long time. Any updates for Friday? We'll have a video tomorrow morning talking about it. Our video schedule, by the way, was accidentally put to afternoons. I didn't really mean to do that, but tomorrow we'll have a video in the morning. We're going back to morning videos. Hey, Autumn for the super chat. We could. No, I definitely think the background needs some work, though. I don't know what we're gonna do to the background. I might add the YouTube play button. I got the play buttons literally sitting on the ground right now. You could pull off a Peter Griffin if you were larger. Wow, that's phenomenal. Thanks. Fan art would go crazy. I mean, we do get fan mail quite a bit. So, I mean, fan mail would definitely be something that could be on the back wall pretty easily, I think. It wouldn't be very hard to do. But I'm not sure how much of it we would add. The other thing is, too, we have a lot of lighting. And so, like, the lighting does reflect. Like, if we have something on this side of the wall, it will reflect. Like, if it has, like, you know, if it's like the YouTube play button or something like that. Hey, Allison, for the 9 months, an idea for Christmas merch, a cheese curd calendar. It's possible. I was kind of thinking about doing a calendar at the end of the year. Hear me out, a Culver's poster? Bro, we need to get a Culver's collab going. I don't know how we haven't gotten one yet. Like the one thing that we've not gotten, which I don't know how we haven't. Why in the world did my VR headset just like turn on? That was so random. Literally next to me and it just did that. I'm not even kidding. My VR headset turned on and just like shook, like to my left. What's up with John? He's moving actually. He is moving. I don't know where I can't. I know where he's moving. I don't know if he wants me to say it, but I think he's moving to Georgia somewhere. But I don't think he has like a meteorology job yet. Will these storms lose strength before hitting Minnesota? Yeah, they'll probably fall apart. I mean, they might make it to like western Minnesota, but the damaging wind threat be pretty low. Just some gusty winds early, and that's really about it. Alrighty, well, it's been a good stream. Again, the severe weather threat's really wind down. It's mostly damaging winds at this point, so we're going to go ahead and wind it down. But as always, thank you guys all so much for watching our videos and live streams. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified of the latest updates. We'll likely be live again tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We're going to raid Tornado Pagey, so stay on the stream. We're going to go ahead and raid them. Huge shout out to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you have not already downloaded the Radar Omega app, you can download it on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. I think we'll be live tomorrow. If not, we'll be live on Friday, so stay tuned. And again, have the bell icon clicked so you're notified when we go live. All right. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll be back again tomorrow morning in a video, and then a live stream is possible tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. All right, thank you guys all so much for watching. See you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.